disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I been keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will call down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. They tear that happen. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water in Infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit.
appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Come on, Liberia. Inform that the violence or any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. They get that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the man just stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the man just went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the man just went to Ghana, the fit, and the man bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach himself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will build school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the closing argument, the Thursday edition of the closing argument. Today is Thursday. I want to show live, man. Hello? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. I'll call you. Yes, good to be on the show tonight. I'm happy to see even my brother Pewee. I never thought you would have made it, Pewee, but praise God you are here tonight, and I thank God for you. That was it's a great thing. I know what I'm talking about, but I praise God for you, brother.
Yeah.
I thank God that everything went on well with you, and you are in my thoughts and prayers. You're a great man.
Yeah, it went very well.
Yeah. But it's good to see everybody tonight on the closing argument. Mr. Gayman has a day off today. He has a doctor's appointment, and so we are filling for Mr. Gayman. But we have a good show tonight. I'm here with Mr. Pewee. We are here tonight. Let's get it going. We have tonight as a special guest the president of the FC Facel Sports and Soccer Club, Mr. Kasser Anthony Cole. You know, today his team won a legal victory in the court in Liberia. They lifted an injunction on them, and he is now getting ready to take part in the Liberian Football Association national elections. So he'll be here tonight. Right now he's on his way home to get set up. So we'll bring him on later on. But for now, we'll talk about the happenings of the day in our country. On the headlines, we've got the issue about Yeke Koluba, Representative Koluba from District Number 10, Mosrado County. We got the president putting a hold on the taxes levied yesterday, and also we got other developing story. But before, as Pewee give an intro, and I just got a story coming in from international wires, but give an intro first before I read this.
Yeah, thank you, Georgie. I think it's good to be here again this evening, and we just want to thank God for everything. But I hope it's not because the resignation of this SG that Mr. Gayman is not on the show today. Well, he don't want to preside over that.
So Gayman had a doctor's appointment, yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk about that because my understanding is that about that resignation, I'm hearing that they had to do with the VP office involved. So we'll try to reach out to the VP to find out what, but no, they would deny. But we'll talk about it tonight too.
Yeah, we have to go into it. But again, it's part of the prediction is people will have to move to political party based on.
But I said it.
If people are not moved to political party based on ideological thinking or belief, trust me, they will leave the way they will leave. And that's one of the reasons why it's wrong to induce people to join political party, or you want to join a political party on the basis of you anticipating some reward and other things. Joining political institutions should be ideologically based, and I think that should be the basis of that. But again, it's quite unfortunate that you join a political party as a founding member, then the language used as reason for resignation, I think it is somehow very counterproductive and it doesn't mean well on a serious note. But we will get to that later on. But Yeke Koluba situation, we have to take interest in the matter, and I will hope that lawmakers will do the needful and stand by the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. This should not be a politically motivated thing. If the president did not call you guys for very major and some national priority issues, but to come out and take the stand that you want to go after Yeke Koluba on the basis of this, the press secretary expressed similar sentiments that the land is for the Guineans, and I didn't see one lawmaker calling on the press secretary to ask her what she meant by that, or if that also was insightful. I didn't hear the police chief also say that. These are the hypocrisy we have in the country. It's dangerous. These opportunistic elements, we want to just move after certain individual if they make statement against their political interest. I think this is wrong. We ought to be very nationalistic here and not be capricious and arbitrary in taking our decisions. I think it's wrong, and we ought to go beyond this and find a way forward on that. But I think more than that, Money, I think we look forward to having a great show. We want to hear your breaking news, international breaking news.
Yeah, let me go there quick.
And before you go there, there's some concern I've been looking into, also receiving some reports from some disenchanted folks from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also that there are way we're hearing that scholarship meant for the ministries. The minister is tapping into that, bringing her party official or relative, giving scholarship that's intended for those that work with the ministry. But we will be taking some time to also go into those things. I think it's this is the same minister that was just on recently talking about promoting women and all the rest of that. And she got the basis of just flooding the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with her family, people, and partisans. This is completely unacceptable. We'll get into that later.
Yes, quickly. You know, there are rising prices in fuel and rising fuel shortages and so forth and so forth. So I just got this. Tanzania's President Samia, she's a female now. Tanzania's President Samia Suluhu Hassan, whose motorcades are reportedly among the largest in Africa, is cutting down on the number of official and luxury vehicles as part of measures to save fuel as oil prices rise. Several African governments have announced steps to cope with fuel shortages and rising prices. Madagascar on Tuesday declared a state of emergency to reduce fuel consumption, while South Africa cut the levy and Ethiopia introduced rationing. Senegal banned all but essential foreign trips for government ministers. Quote, from today, whenever I travel, the officers accompanying me will use consolidated transport in small buses to reduce fuel consumption and operational costs during this period, Hassan said Wednesday. In the past, the president's convoy had dozens of luxury vehicles carrying government officials, protocol officers, and security personnel. A video of her 30-car convoy was once shared online, sparkling conversations about African presidential convoys. Hassan has one of the continent's longest motorcade. She said Tanzania have fuel reserves that could last up to 3 months, but cautioned businesses against inflating prices. The price of fuel has risen by 40% per liter in the last 2 weeks, fueled by the Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Look, this is important because, and I hope Liberia will adopt the same thing too. President Boyka, Vice President Kun, Speaker Kun, Pro-Tem Kanga, Deputy Speaker Pala, Chief Justice Gami Gbese, you all need to reduce your car convoy. There are countries that their economy is bigger than ours, their budget is larger than ours. They are cutting down. So with the rising fuel prices, I hope Liberia can adopt the same. The president convoy, I've seen it before in Liberia. I can tell you the truth. If I checked the last time I was in Liberia, that car had not less than 15 convoy in the 15 cars in the president convoy. That's too much. President Baga needs you should cut their convoy. Vice President Kun, your convoy is long too. You cut your car's convoy. You need about 2-3 cars to take you out from point A to point B. Because all the cars you guys got are SUVs. You got SUVs and they're consuming a lot of gasoline. So it'll be good you guys cut your car convoy down to reduce the fuel consumption. Because imagine all the security cars they're carrying, all the cars the tanks are always full. So hope I can follow what Tanzania are doing, Senegal, South Africa, and other countries are doing. They are cutting down on the fuel supply. So I hope you guys can listen here, learn from these people, and cut it down. It's important. It's important. So I hope you guys can just follow the other countries too and do the same thing. It's very important. So I look forward to hearing from the see what happened in Liberia soon with the rising fuel costs. Even if the ceasefire hold, the war stops today, if the price is not going to drop down right away, no, it will take some time, months. So, and the ships are going to, I just heard yesterday, about 800 vessels waiting to pass across through the Strait of Hormuz. So imagine, and the people are not collecting money to do it, paying tolls, so to bring the fuel across, and make up 20% of the world fuel supply. So it's important that Liberia try to do some measures. So, but Pewee, I don't know what you're going to talk anything about on that, but that's what I just got from the international wires.
Yeah, it's critically important, and these are major international news that the current war in the Middle East, particularly relative to the Strait of Hormuz, is part of a diplomatic topical issue now globally, and they do have some serious consequences on the global economy, if you will. So basic discussion is ongoing about that strip, and then the rest of that is now turning into some serious concern in terms of our global economy and global diplomacy, if you will. And now the global leader will have to focus more or less in trying to do. And I want to believe there's the beginning of shuttle diplomacy now. Beginning this weekend, there's going to be some a meeting in Islamabad in Pakistan, where it is anticipated that the vice president of the United States of America will be in attendance, heading the U.S. delegation, and also the Pakistani prime minister is the heading this negotiation. The rest of that, there was this some statement on this discussions when the Iranian government said Pakistan and Lebanon will have to be part of this truce. And other people said that the Israelis are countering that by saying no, they are not part of it, and the rest of that. So the Iranian, who did not control the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, now have full control of it, and they said they closed it yesterday, and the rest of that. So it's affecting a lot of countries globally. Well, even Liberia is affected. You know, some of our stream of revenue is coming through the Liberian Maritime Authority, and most of the flash ship. Most of those ships that will also pass through the Strait of Hormuz are carrying the flagship of Liberia, if you will. Most of them, when the war even started, one of those flagship was hit, and we went through those things. So yes, so there's this discussion from behind the scene from that perspective, and then the other side is going on. I will hope that global leader will see reasons, and then that strait may be opened. Hope for the beginning. Hopefully, I want to believe it was smooth issue was going to begin if this weekend meetings were to go on in Islamabad, if you will. But from the perspective of African leaders, if you will, I mean, these are shambolic and bluff, if you will, to money. But again, these are African leaders, and that I think she's then the only African head of state, female head of state. She's very extravagant, very extravagant, and the rest of that. So one would want to believe that, but the measure of taking this is temporary. It's just show some sense of reasonableness by her quest to slow down these things. Say, okay, hey, we're gonna slow down driving most of those luxury vehicles that burn a lot of fuel and the rest of that, and we will reduce the convoy. I would hope a lot of Africans would do that, but I would respect government that's stopping a lot of outside travel, because airfare, Delta Airline just announced yesterday that they're going to be spending close to $2.something billion in terms of fuel across all of our fleet, and so that is tantamount. Also, we should anticipate those that are traveling, anticipate some increase in airfare also. So these are things that are going to happen. So globally, in terms of traveling via air and all other means, you're going to see some hike in prices, if you will. Now those that are trying to going around to see, trying to get some tickets, and the prices are now just a little bit pushing up there. So yeah, this is going to have some lasting impact, and whatsoever that will unfold in the Strait of Hormuz will have its own ripple effect across the world, and the ripple effect is what globally everyone is trying to see their own pinch of it. But I think this is about time that every government, responsible government and struggling government, the richer government won't bother. Yeah, you don't hear any saying that these are the powerful, rich government. They won't bother that. But those governments that are struggling, my brother, I think it's about appropriate and timely that they take some austerity measures, and those measures that will help keep JFK running, those measures that will help keep at least putting our lights on from the hydro, those measures that will help keep our primary schools and putting our system in place so that we allow most of our folks to get the job done. So yes, these are major diplomatic unfolding events that are moving through the process, and I will hope that there will be some very positive measures very wonderful and positive measures taken to remedy this situation, and we can have kind of a global and peaceful community moving on. But it's been a difficult thing that we have to accept, and somehow the president is now calling somehow from this side that we have peace around that. We all accept and know that Iran is a state-sponsored nation of terrorism, but again, we have to do it in the way that that will move these things forward and allow the global economy to function. And I think so. African leader, I hope our president will call on soon. I think he did some announcement already on that. Slow down international travel, reduce too much of public spending, if you will, reduce the bureaucracy in terms of most of those functional issues that will have to be extended travel. If you do some adjustment in that line exponentially, and we can have some great results coming up.
Yes, let me welcome Fanta Kamara. Fanta, welcome to the closing argument tonight again.
Thank you so much, Emily. How are you? Hello, Pewee.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, great. Yeah, Pewee, I agree with you. But again, we'll see what happens. The president's about to make a trip to the United States.
Yes.
We'll see what we'll be watching the size of delegation again. Even though they don't announce the whole delegation, but we'll be watching seriously. The other government countries are taking on measures to reduce the cost of the burden on them. The president had a cabinet meeting today, I think, and I'm sure they discussed it based on the fact that he announced he suspended he played a hold on the new annual license fees published by the Liberia National Tourism Authority. Yeah, I think he put up something there on them. So for the fact of that, he announced it. So I'm sure they'll take some measures for it. But tonight we have our first segment. The gentleman announced Cassette Anthony Cole. He's the president of the FC Fasol football team and presidential candidate for the Liberian Football Association. Today they won a decisive legal victory in the court, and he'll be here tonight to talk about it and talk about other stuff concerning his plans for the Liberian Football Association. But before he comes, he gets on the show, we'll start talking about the other topics of the day. So people can start with the Yeke issue, and then we can continue until he comes on.
Okay.
Do we get to say like huh?
You want to come in with your intro, and then you have anything to say for your intro?
Yeah. So I heard you guys. I caught you on the heels of discussing the current conflict in Iran and how Iran is a state that sponsored terrorism. I think that is so incorrect. It couldn't be further from the truth. It's a propaganda talking point that unfortunately someone as intelligent as yourself have failed to do just adequate research and educate yourself truly on the cause of this war. I will tell you what you will find when you do that research.
For that would be a long debate that we can't get into.
No, but it's my intro, right?
You agree that Iran is sponsoring Hezbollah?
No,
you agree that they sponsor Hezbollah, right?
So can I see you were speaking? I didn't interrupt you. If you want to start today like this, it's going to be very interesting. I listened to you.
We're just skipping that.
I respected you. I
but you just that's a long thing.
No, I listened to you. You cannot police what I say.
These are their reality. They sponsor Hezbollah. They sponsor Hutu.
No. You're gonna let me finish, Pewee. You're going to let me make my intro. Whatever I speak about, I speak about.
Yeah, I want to say to you. That's not
no, please. No. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. So please give me the same courtesy, Pewee.
Okay, go ahead.
We're not doing a shouting match today, because you cannot outshout me. So I don't want to go down that road with you. I want to finish making my intro.
Listen.
I want to finish making my intro.
There's no debate between myself. I can cross-track you anytime because you're always on the other side of the
you
fight.
cannot out-talk me. You cannot outsmart me. You cannot out-think me.
I got capacity to do it. I can do that. You know I can do that.
No, you cannot.
But that's not what we are for today.
You can try, but you fail every single time. So can I do my intro?
We're not here for...
Can I do my intro, please? Can I do my intro and stop interrupting me? All this time that we're wasting, I could have been done with my intro. But because you don't want to hear what I have to say, that's why you keep interrupting me. And it's not going to work, Pewee. Come on. It's very childish. Let's change that behavior.
No.
Pewee,
Listen,
I need to do my intro.
Listen.
What's the problem?
Listen, you have to be. Listen. We're not stopping of getting your intro.
Okay, so
we'll let you get your intro.
We'll
let you get your intro, but you have to.
Thank you. Just stop interrupting me.
You have to be.
This whole back and forth I could have been done. But you chose to engage in this.
We'll let you get your intro, but you have to be very respectful in your language.
Don't tell me what to say, please. Don't tell me what to say.
You have to be respectful in your language news. So go ahead.
You will never tell me what to say or how to say it. Just understand that you don't have the audacity. You even have the audacity to think you can tell Fofana Kamara like what to say. You cannot. Let me just get very clear. Don't try it. It's not going to work. My intro. Let me get back to it. Anyone who thinks, because it's affecting all of us and it's affecting the world, so it's very relevant to the audience. Anyone who thinks that this war with Iran was to suppress Iran's nuclear operation or nuclear weapon production operation, or discourage Iran from sponsoring terrorism after we have proven time and time again, and the evidence is just a few clicks away, to see that the quote-unquote terrorists were all created by the United States and Israel. United States, recently, there was a congressional testimony. Please, the video is there. Go to the congressional website. They invited the head of USAID, disbursement department, and asked him, who do USAID give money to? USAID, and he sat there. I'm happy to share the video with you. If Myean was here, I have the video right here, right now. If Myean was here, I would say, Myean, I'm going to send you this video so you can play it for the audience. There was a congressional hearing in the Senate. He said, and I quote, we sponsor Hezbollah, we sponsor the Taliban, we created ISIS, we created Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Boko Haram, and the list goes on. Hillary Clinton is also on tape for admitting that they also created these various terrorist groups. They even down to Hamas in Palestine today. Do you know that Hamas fighters, when they get sick, they get treated in Israeli hospital? Do you know that Benjamin Netanyahu, there is a documentary that just came out. It's called the BB Files. I would encourage you to watch it. It's called the BB Files. Benjamin Netanyahu is on tape for saying that they sponsor Hamas. They created Hamas. They feed Hamas millions of dollars every single month. Please, I'm encouraging the audience to learn along with us, because when we understand the geopolitics of the world, we can then move away from this propaganda and truly understand where the blame lies so we can lay adequate accountability. The problem we are facing today in the increase of fuel prices, and we're seeing our farmers now complain about fertilizer costs going up because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, is because Israel wants to expand its border beyond what it currently is into Iran, into Palestine, into Lebanon that is bombing today senselessly, into Syria. And this is all public information. This is why we in Liberia today are experiencing increase in fuel prices, experiencing increase in fertilizers, and all of Africa. Because once again, as I mentioned, these Western countries have reserves. They have fuel reserves, they have food reserves, and unfortunately, African countries do not have that same level of currency. So when we want to be so casual and we want to be so careless, we're just borrowing from the CNN talking point. Oh, Iran is a state that sponsored terrorism. America created those terrorist groups. I will remind you. And they are on tape in congressional hearing, admitting that they not only created, but they sponsored. This is not Fofana Kamara say. Go look it up. Educate yourself. Because when we do that, then we can hold our leaders accountable and say, look, do not continue to support groups that continue to murder millions of people senselessly. As they said, there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Where was the weapons of mass destruction? Instead, what we saw and what we're seeing today were evidence of looting. Were evidence that they wanted access to Iraqi oil. There was no weapons of mass destruction found. And the same thing now they are doing with Iran. Because number one, they don't want to address the Epstein files of American politicians raping young girls at the age of 2 years old, 3 years old, pedophiles. They don't want to address that because Trump is on tape with Epstein of doing that. They don't want to address that. And even Epstein and Steve Bannon in an email to Epstein said, look, when push comes to shove, Trump is going to start a war with Iran because he does not want those tapes to come out. It's in the Epstein files. Go to the Department of Justice website. It's there. You only have to type in Bannon, Iran, Epstein. The email is going to come up.
Thank you.
So for you to sit here and try to miseducate the public, it is gross. It is very, very terrible of you. And I will caution you to educate yourself. You preach about research and research and research. Go do your research, please.
But let me say this, though.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Let me say this. Everybody is, most of us are students of history, right? And isn't the way in which everybody learns history is different. And I don't expect to agree with you what you say, or you expect to agree with what I say. But for me, as a student of history, we know that for time immemorial, Iran has been one of the sponsors of terrorism in the world. We know that.
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
Death to America, death to America, death to America.
Please.
Yeah, we see.
Like you're not talking. I'm talking to him.
I'm moderating the show. Listen, you have to.
I'm engaging with him. What is your problem, Pewee? Come on, what is your problem? I'm engaging with the man.
No. He and you're gonna
pipe down. Go ahead, pipe down. But like, pipe down.
Let me say for the record,
pipe down. Pipe down.
We have never been sentimental in coming on show in terms of history or expressing intellectualism. We're not going to take time in discussing what on this one because we have a lot of very important issues to discuss this evening. But we're not going to be sentimental, and we're not going to move from a radical perspective.
Sentimental, yeah, radical conspiracy. Of course, you don't want to address it. That is so low.
We're not going to be from that perspective. What we're going to do is that.
That is so low. You're not the intellectual here.
And Fatah on the show, and we'll not let you disrupt the show.
You're not the intellectual here. You have disrupted me like several times. So please, like you are not the one to give anyone any type of.
We'll not let you disrupt the show. If I'm presiding, you won't disrupt the show. If you allow this, we don't want to go where we shouldn't be.
Oh, please, just get a sucker and suck on it, please. Do that.
And we need to take effective on the show, please. And you know, I don't want you to push me to do things that I
get a sucker and suck on it, Pewee, please. I don't need to.
We'll not let you do that. Let engage intellectually and then use it on effective. I want you are female. Don't indulge with me on that.
Okay.
Because I can be terrible when it comes to those things.
I don't want to terrible.
I don't want to go there.
You already
and if you are female, you're using that kind of word, and you're not pushing me to use that on the platform.
It's okay.
Because I'm a disciplined person.
Oh yeah, you're very disciplined.
I'm disciplined, so I wouldn't let you do. But what I would prepare you to do is to respect.
When you're caught with your pins down, then you're very disciplined. Okay, you're lying.
Yes, that's what I want you to do. Okay. Let respect the code of the those that are following us and all those things. And what I stated, and I stated that for the record, I need no one whatsoever to come and educate me on those issues that I've just said. It's a state record. It's record globally.
But it's a lie.
The Iranian government is sponsoring Hezbollah and the Hutus and all the things, Yemen and all those things. It is
okay, but then you can't talk about the U.S. creating like ISIS. You can't talk about that.
And you come out with news.
You can't talk about that.
We'll allow you.
You can't talk about that because you are propagandist. You are propagandist, Pewee. You don't speak the truth. You speak propaganda.
I don't have to speak the truth to certify your curiosity or your
propaganda, Pewee.
No, I'm not a propagandist in terms of this kind of thing. I'm a professional person when it comes to this kind of thing. I don't indulge into propaganda.
Okay.
This kind of a thing does not require my propagandistic
What's the topics of the day,
approach.
Please?
When it comes to appearing propagandistic approach, I deplore those things in terms of politics. This is not politics.
Okay.
This is just international discussion we're having. And the reason why we're having this because the current situation is having some ripple effect across the world.
And until you understand why it's having that effect, it's going to continue to happen.
You don't really okay, you're not focused on the
So we're going to focus. Not too many. The intent. We're going to focus on this, but the issue is that my quest on this platform, always when I've been here, I love to interact with people, but I love to do it respectfully.
Yeah.
and this was going to be my last warning to this. If we on this platform, you, the female counterpart, come out across to attack in using invective.
Your last warning to who? Like, who are you
then if the response was to come from me, because the intent is I want the
You're not talking to your child, Pewee. You're not talking to your child. You're not going to talk condescending to me.
That's what we're going to do.
Who are you last warning?
I want you.
Who are you last warning?
I want you.
You're not the intellectual here, because you already established that you're inferior. Okay, let's move on.
I want you.
Let's move on.
For program note, the guest will soon be on. The guest is trying to log in now. He'll soon be on. As soon as he gets on, we're bringing on to start to get the first segment going. Yeah, but as I was saying, so we all have our different views about the issues in the Middle East, what's happening on the ongoing war. But if it's not a fact, if I say that Iran is a sponsor of terrorism in the world, I mean, that's why I've studied, that's why I've read. It's not like I watch CNN or I'm a student. I love current events. I like to monitor everything. Okay, but I mean, like most in America today, the majority of Americans are personally against this present ongoing war in the Middle East. They're not happy for it. It's usually Americans rally around the country when they're having these kind of issues, but right now they're not happy for it. They feel that the war is not necessary for us to put our young soldiers in harm's way. But we have the commander in chief, and that's the person who leads the country. But I believe that Iran is not they're not a country that we should cheer, because they have done a lot of harm to America and other countries, you know. In
more than what Israel has done. The USS Liberty.
Thank you.
More than what Israel has done.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about.
Why isn't the US bombing Israel?
But, you know, Israel
has killed thousands of Americans. Why isn't the US bombing Israel?
You know, too many
the issue the show today is not about Israel and Iran. We just mentioned
you guys were talking about it. So, like, when it comes to, I have the video to show you of the congressional hearing. I can show it to you.
But let's move on. Let's move on to that, Jennifer.
Sure, we can move on. But the video is there.
Absolutely, too many. We'll take another day to actually get into those kind of debate. But
when it comes to, you always run away from it. You always run away. Like,
I'm not seeing no nation. I'm not seeing no nation in a war in the civilized global community in recent history for the past 47 years.
You've not seen what?
That have gone out, murdered their own citizens.
Okay.
Recently, 30,000+.
I'm sorry, what just happened in Minnesota?
No nation.
What just happened in Minnesota?
No
like,
nation.
Didn't like American police, ICE officials murder Americans in cold blood? Did they not do that?
Cases.
Did they not do that? I'm sorry. Be such hypocrite.
That got involved into the death of good.
You've been a hypocrite, Pewee.
They are now accounting to the law.
We just saw in Minnesota murder in cold blood. I just murdered American citizens in cold blood for protesting, for exercising their First Amendment rights. They were murdered in cold blood. Did you not see that?
They were account for the murder of Rennie.
Oh, they were account for it. So why cannot leave
Iran
to their judicial system? Why impose your democracy on them? Why impose your way of ruling on them? Leave them to their democracy. Leave them to the way of governance. You don't get to be the
way in Minnesota. Those folks going to account.
You are not the police of the world. Do not go and police other sovereign nations. Focus on. Look at the amount of homeless people that America has. Every day they don't have money to take the homeless people off the street.
America is the undisputed world most powerful country. You have homeless all over the place.
Billions and trillions of dollars to go
homeless all over the place. America still.
Come on, where is the sense? Like, where is the sense?
America still remain the beacon of hope in the war.
Which beacon of hope? Which beacon of hope
in the war?
Which beacon of hope? Y'all like to face the conversation. Y'all can never.
It's America that we all everybody going to come and seek some level of opportunity, and that's America. No one want to go to Iran. No one want to go to Iran.
I came because y'all were beggars. Y'all were beggars. Y'all want to
go to Iran.
Y'all cannot survive without begging. Okay, we need to stop being beggars. Y'all need to find your big boy pants and put your big boy pants on and stop relying on America for everything, or any other country for that matter. American citizens should not have to work and take the hard-earned tax dollars and pay Liberians.
What's the definition of relying on America for everything?
They should not do that.
What is the definition of relying on America for everything?
For your health care, for your food, for your everything. You do.
It's the very America we all ran to.
How dare you begging?
Are you currently in Iran?
My friend, I'm not afraid to go to Iran. I'm not afraid to go
to
Iran. I'm not afraid to go to Iran.
No, go to Iran. I thought you in Iran saying what you saying.
I'm not afraid to go to Iran. I'm not afraid.
You're in America.
If you only pay attention, the public sentiment is on the side of Iran. Even Americans, even the MAGA.
That's not true.
From Tucker Carlson,
they don't want war. They don't just want war.
All of them, they are on the side of Iran. Do you not understand that? Even hardcore MAGA, hardcore MAGA, make America great again, are on the side of Iran because they see the truth. But people, but you Africans are so buried.
You log in? Okay, when he log in, we'll get him on that. But quickly before the guests come on,
it's not gonna work. That the guests come on.
How long are we gonna have the guests for?
For about an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. Okay, basically, so we'll now. So what we'll do with
and I have the video, by the way. I can share the video of the congressional hearing.
Most of our discussion. No, we're not prepared to play any video for now.
Oh, because you don't let the truth. You don't let truth, but they're not having a propaganda.
Welcome to see veteran comrade J. Victor.
We're not ready to play any
video for now. You not what you be. They swear you.
You know, comrade J. Victor Nagbe.
I'm a blessed boy.
The guys who pay the price for multi-party democracy in our country today, even though
but finish your seminar.
Welcome, Mr. Nagbe. We'll test that. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It is good to be with you guys. And let me say hi to my boy Jerome. He's already at the dentist.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing well. But Fanta, how are you? Pewee, how are you? It's good to be with you guys. And let me say hi.
I recognize Jerome Gayman, the man at the dentist.
Yeah, like feel better. We already miss you, Jerome.
Yeah.
Yo, please come back. Please come back. Where are you?
The man want to see the dentist, right? It's good. Like America can do those things. America will let you go see your dentist.
Why you should be ashamed of yourself? Why you not bring it to Liberia? Why Liberia can do those things? Everything America.
Dentist in Liberia. I've seen a dentist. I've seen me in Liberia. We have dentists in Liberia. It may not be as the dentist, but we have dentists in Liberia. Come on. Go ahead, Mr. Nagbe.
No, I was just saying it's good to be with you guys.
Yeah,
it's good to be joining you. Let me say hi also to our audience. Thanks for joining us. It's good to be here. Happy Friday Eve, they say, Thursday.
Thank you. And
we live on the radio, so guys, let everybody watch me. Listen to also.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. But we'll be hitting that a little bit, probably. Not long. It's not going to be a major topical issue for tonight, but we will learn that the Secretary General of one of the hottest political institution in the country, the CMC, resigned, and there's a little language in there that deep on his resignation today, and I'm disappointed actually in that way he's sending it. I don't know how quick those vision line change and other thing, but we're going to get to that. But before we got our guest from FC Facia today that's going to be part of it. We're going to engage in sports now all the time. We're going to be very key on politics, but again, it's political politics, if you will, because this discussion of elections. And there's some a little political turmoil that's unfolding within the rank of the football ballot in Liberia. So probably we'll look into that. And there's this issue about, I don't know, we'll have the time, we'll spend a little time on that also. The Yeke Kurba scenario, Article 32 of the Constitution gives the president the powers to recall of the legislature when they are on break for what we call extra sitting, which of course the government will be responsible for them to recall them to discuss some very major national issues that the president deemed necessary that may move to take care of some pressing matter when that institution is on break. And I think the president invoked that, and there was this resolution out, and it was gazetted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and by director of the president, and they are already out. And part of that special sitting from the House of Representatives perspective, they included something on the agenda to look into investigate Honorable Kurba for a potential expulsion vote.
Right.
But for now, it's still pending, so we'll take some time to go into that. But we were just off the cliff discussing some international politics.
Okay.
politics that have taken seats of the global community and the
I
rest of
think
that. But
I got a little clip on that. Honestly, I didn't have a chance to follow the totality of the program when you guys started because I was kind of engaged. But I think I got a little part of the what is happening right now in Iran between the U.S. Israel and all of that. So I listened into some of it personally, and this is not the CMC's position, but I believe that the reason we're in Iran has nothing to do with anything other than to go and get their oil. Period. That's how I see it. Look,
I see it.
That's how I see it.
You're not moving the guests. The guests are
guests here.
Okay, we'll come there. We'll come
back to it. Absolutely.
A good example how you see it and other thing. And the progressive get different way of seeing things. So basically,
that's how I see it. Why the guests? Let me tell you before we get. I know the guests is coming, but look, if you look at, we made a move in Venezuela, the largest oil producing country in the world, right? We tried to take Canada, the second largest oil producing country in the world, right? What else? America is probably the number one, probably even more than Venezuela. So we're trying to control the oil market. Why you think we're so frightened over the strait, the closing and opening of the strait? So all of these things, I think this is not accident, but our guest is on. We'll get back.
Yeah, the guest is here. We'll discuss.
Myean, put me down. Put the guest up.
Yeah. Before we'll discuss that actually, right? And we'll give you the time to defend that. Those that are defending it will give you the time. We're not going to say we're stepping on the conversation on relative to that, right? But there's those statements about taking Canada, doing and all those things. I will remind you before we get to that tomorrow in the future. There's something in diplomacy called the Myean theory, right? So you take some time and research about the Myean theory before we get to those things. I mean, sometimes those statements are they're not meant to. But let's welcome our guests and then.
How is that related to what we're talking
exactly.
about? What is the madman? What is the madman? What I'm saying is the madman.
No, you gotta read those statements.
We're not reading it. Hello, guest. How are you?
You have made those statements. What I'm saying. But you read those statements.
I'm all right. What's up with you?
Good.
Let me welcome our guest tonight, Mr. Kehleboe Anthony Poole. He is the president of the First Division, I think the champion club in Liberia football president champion, I think. FC Fasel. He's the president of the champion soccer club in Liberia. He's also a candidate for the Liberian Football Association election. And today his team won a decisive victory in the court in Liberia. And so we have him here tonight to speak to us about the case and also his vision for LFA and other matters that will come up. So Pewee, here's our guest. Fanta, Mr. Nagbe, here's our guest, Mr. Kehleboe Anthony Poole.
Thank you. Mr. Poole, we just want to say to you, welcome to the closing argument. I want to believe this should be your debut entry to the show. I want to believe that. If not, then I will welcome again. But if it's the first time, we want to say to you, it's a pleasant welcome. I have the singular authority to welcome you on behalf of the platform tonight. And we look forward to having a very interactive and decorous conversation with you. Without much ado, let me quickly bring on, because Tomalin is the one that engineered the whole thing. So we will push it back to him to be the first person to. But before Georgie can ask the question quickly, we just want to know briefly, it's not your whole, because if we try to open the book about your CV, we may now probably leave from there in the first half. So we just want you to give a brief I think about you and how did you get briefly, maybe in 3 minutes, into this whole football thing in Liberia?
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to be on this platform. You know, Tomalin have been in communication with me for approximately a month now, trying to get me, but because of all these busy schedule, as far as the court cases are concerned, regarding our quest to become a candidate on the upcoming election of the Liberia Football Association, we have been so tight that we couldn't find the time. Even today, I'm supposed to be on Sensor Things. He said 9 o'clock, but yeah, we are. Thank God we are here today. So I appreciate once more for getting on the platform. I'm Mr. Cassell Anthony Cole Sr. I'm the CEO and president of FC Facel and also the CEO of Determined Girls, both of whom are the champions of Liberian football currently, both female and male division. And I'm also a businessman. I'm the owner of the first electric car company in Liberia, the New Energy Electric Vehicle Liberia. We are bringing into Liberia electric tricycle, electric bikes, and that of electric vehicle. So we are trying to see how best to solicit the war in the thing of carbon reduction, the reduction of carbon emission. So we are just on help to reduce emission as per the war quota. Okay, FC Facel. We came up with FC Facel. I used to be a football agent for player agents. Some of my players were the Francis Grampado when he was still at Bunuburakiam. And some of my players, one of the players that really announced me to football, he's late now, is the late Patrick Giombo Dupla. He used to play for a club in Israel, Hapo Kapsaba. And so from football agent to a football team owner. So I founded FC Fasa in 2009 in the Ghana Vista division, third division level. And we excelled at the highest level of Liberian football. And then we got into some financials issues with our partners in the US. And we end up in prison for approximately 7 years. And we are back to Liberia to give back to society. We left the negative behind us, and we are positively impacting society back in the football world and back in the business world. So basically, that's how we are here.
Thank you. Georgie?
Yeah, okay. Mr. Cole, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you on our platform, and thank you for additional notice. But let's go straight into the case. First today, the court awarded your team a victory. But quickly, as soon as it was announced, I think the other side, Mr. Rajit's side, they are claiming that they said that according to the court ruling, they are saying that instead it said they lifted the injunction. And they said that you should go go to the LFA now to go through the process to run for office. But so I was confused about that. Whether are they going to stop you from running, or are you clear to run? What's the issue? The court had already lifted the injunction and said that, but then the court said the statute of the LFA they are not close the authority to override the statute of the LFA. Only the Supreme Court can do it. Can you just clarify that issue that's confusing everybody right now?
Okay, guys, this is the problem. When you go to court, you go for something. Either you go for interpretation or you go for the court to grant you something. So Kasekuo and his legal team went to the court based on the fact that the LFA electoral guideline states in count 4 that Kasekuo will not be eligible because it was clear. Kasekuo is somebody who committed crime before, and he was part of a documented history of fraud, and he was a convicted individual as per the statute. So they put that into their guideline for registration process. They say if you are a past convict, you will not be eligible for the office of executive committee, vice president, or president. So seeing that, we know that we were a target. So what we did, we took the matter before the court, which this court was in the best position to declare my rights. We went to the court based on that provision in count 4 and 5, respectively, of the guideline, electoral guideline of the upcoming election, we asked the court that, yes, we agree. We are not disputing the fact that Mr. Kuo committed a crime. We are not disputing the fact that he went to prison. We are not disputing the fact that this is in the statute. But we are saying that as per Article 21J of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Kuo is illegible because that law says any statute, any decree, any act, any law that is inconsistent to the Constitution of Liberia, that law is inconsistent in itself. So Mr. Kuo's pre-conviction right should be restored. So we pleaded. The first time we went to the court, it was to put an injunction on the LFA electoral process based on the fact that we believe that when Mr. Kuo applied, he was going to be rejected. He was going to be denied based on that count 4 and 5 of the electoral guideline. So we will suffer irreparable loss. If we apply, they're going to deny me. Definitely, you see the trap. You know very well that when you put on this, the t-shirt is dirty. You will not wear it because you know, say, at the end of the day, when you get out there for somebody to tell you say the t-shirt dirty, you know it's dirty. So we know we cannot go there. So what we did was, we asked the court to put a hold on the entire electoral process, the injunction. And the court saw sense in what we were saying to them. That yes, this man wants to be part of this process, but he's been stopped based on the fact that he had a past conviction record. And it is enshrined within this guideline. So we are going to stop it. We are going to call this man. We are going to put a hold to this electoral process, and we are going to listen to this matter. So that was the first win for our team. The court placing an injunction on the process. Now, the both parties put in their pleading, their response, their resistance, and what have you as per the law. So today was a disposition of law issue. So my lawyers were clear. We did not go to that civil law court for constitutional issue. We went to the civil law court to declare my right, whether I am free from everything the LFA is claiming that I'm not free of. They are saying, this man is a criminal. This man went to prison before. This man committed a crime. This man cannot run in this election. So we ensure in our guidelines. So at the end of the day, our lawyer saw the agenda to the court that as per law, our client served. Our client was released. Our client should be given a pre-conviction right, should be restored. We did not go to the court for the unconstitutionality of the LFA statute. At the Supreme Court, we have another case at the Supreme Court. That is the in-re proceeding. We asked the Supreme Court to tell us if Article 58.1 of the LFA statute violates the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. We did not ask them whether it violated the right of Mr. Kuo. But we asked the civil law court, does this LFA guidelines that go against Kuo's constitutional right, does it violate his right? And this court ruled today and said, yes, Kuo's right has been violated based on this guideline because he said he should be given the right like any other person to participate in this election because that's what our constitution gives us. I'll give you a common example. When I was in the United States of America going through my case, the court for the Western District of North Carolina ruled that all my properties should be seized.
Wow.
They ruled that all my properties, all my bank accounts should be seized. They were able to gather from me approximately $9.5 million United States dollars, and they were able to get my house in North Carolina, where the address used to be 8942 Happiness Road, North Carolina, Charlotte. And when they ruled that all the property should be seized, the court sent a document at the U.S. Embassy in Liberia to seize 2 of my residence in Liberia. One of my property was 12 houses on it, located in the Ghana's Belt, where I'm a landlord for a lot of people. And then the other was the main house on the Rabofi Road. But our constitution protects me that I have family, I have wife, I got children. So even though I committed a crime, they didn't. So the constitution said that they couldn't take my property that was in Liberia. And after my lawyer pleaded in the court and sent the pleading in the United States, the judge granted my family the opportunity to take custody of my property in Liberia. Till today, I still have my property because of the protection of our constitution. It's the supreme law of our land. I lost the property in the United States because I wasn't protected like the way I was protected by the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. So our Constitution in this case protects me that after you serve, Mr. Pewee, you are free. You can participate in any electoral process, in whatsoever you want to do in Liberia. You are a free man. Your pre-conviction right should be restored. So that was the ruling of the court today. So the people on the other side, LFA, Mr. Raji, I think it is time to let the matter to rest. The court say Mr. Kasekwo should go back to the process. What is the process? Put in your application as they are requested, police clearance, passport picture, $500 United States dollars, and you name it. Put in your application as requested. That is the process they are asking for, because the NFA lawyer contended that I have not exercised the process and I'm crying wolf. But yes, I'm crying wolf because I know it was a targeted guideline. It was a guideline to stop me from the process. So yes, I cried wolf. And now that the court has ruled, I am going to apply. I'm going to put in my documents so that I can be given the right to contest. And I believe that the election committee, the electoral committee, they are a clown people. They are lawyers on the committee, Councillor Myean and other people on the committee. I think they are legal minds. They understand. They understand the terrain. So they will make a good judgment, I believe. I'm not hearing you.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding is that the LFA in their guidelines, they are claiming that that particular party putting in their guidelines is to target you, because that's what I'm understanding. But
correct.
My question is, so prior to this whole incident, for you to declare as president, to run for president, it wasn't in the guidelines? Because I'm asking because if they will allow you to be president of a club, to have a club in the LFA, and which I believe that one of the rules is that when you're a member of the LFA, have a club, you're eligible to run for president. So if they allow you to run FC Facel, and time to time when you declare you want to run for president, is that when they inserted that particular clause?
No, the clause is in the statute.
In the statute,
the statute is in the statute, Article 58.1 of the Liberia Football Association statute. Yes.
Okay.
But listen, what I want you to understand is this. You and myself can sit down and carve a law.
Yeah.
No one has problem with the law today because nobody is injured.
Okay.
But when you are injured, that doesn't stop you from seeking redress. So the matter is, the law is there. It is in the book. I subscribe to it. We agree. But now I'm injured. So I have to seek redress. It happened to Mustafa Raji. I will tell you when. 2018. In the LFA statute, it was written in the LFA statute that in order to be a president of the Liberia Football Association, you have to be a college graduate. Mustafa Raji in 2018 submitted fake college credential to the election committee. And he was challenged by Solomon Josh. at the time. Where the Solomon Judge challenged him at the Civil Law Code. The Civil Law Code placed an injunction on the LFA electoral process as the same that I did. At the end of the day, guess what happened? They formed a committee, they sat down, and they harmonized the statute and reduced the college credential to a high school credential so that Mustafa Raji can contest in that election.
Okay, Mr. Cole. Yeah, before you, so we're going to have, because we have most of our panelists here. We'd love to ask you question, actually, two question each. So what I will crave you to do is to at least make maximum use of the answer in terms of minimizing the time a little bit, so that we allow them to go on. I mean, if you can take maximum 3 minutes on one of the questions, and then
no problem.
We appreciate that, so that we can have more interaction with you, because I think we have more questions to ask you moving forward. Tomalin, you done, right?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We'll now move quickly to our sister. Yeah. Fata, go ahead with your question, please.
Yes, Mr. Cole, thank you so much for joining us today and providing some clarity. I have a couple of questions for you. The first, I'm not sure I'm not sure you mentioned it, but could you just, if you care, to remind us of the crime for which you were convicted?
Yeah, that's no problem. I was convicted for 1349 conspiracy to commit wire fraud.
And what is the violation that is preventing you, or the prohibition that is preventing you from proceeding with the presidency or as a candidate?
Article 58.1 of the Liberia Football Association statute. It says anyone who has been found guilty of criminal offense cannot participate for the presidency or executive committee member position.
And just like that, what is your response to that?
My response is, I am eligible to participate because I'm protected by the supreme law of the land, Article 21J of the Liberia Football of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia.
Okay, so you were convicted for this crime in the United States and not Liberia?
Correct.
Okay, so does Liberia and the United States have a shared system, have a shared judicial system to where the crime is inherited? When a person commits a crime in the U.S. is inherited in Liberia?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so the Article 58.1 then will not be applicable, neither will the Article 21J, will they?
Article 21J is the supreme law of the land.
Right, but then the article they are, what is the prohibition currently is Article 58.1 due to your criminal past. But however, since Liberia and the United States do not share judicial system, crimes cannot be inherited. Crimes that were committed in the United States cannot be inherited in Liberia and vice versa. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Right. So then the article.
So you got two questions. It's not that they went back to back. So you ask the question, we have time to go because.
So can you just give me my time?
Give me your time. I want you to understand this. You just being on the back to back. So you ask.
So can you just give me my time? I'm trying to get somewhere.
No. Before you
get, I have 3 minutes?
Listen to this, please. You took the.
Do I have 2 minutes or I have 3 minutes?
So you take one time, ask the question.
Do I have 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Can you just give me my time?
So you have two questions. You have no. You have to. I'm moderating. You have to do this way.
Okay. Do I have 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
You have two questions. You have two questions. Those two questions should be asked in 2 minutes. But you go more than so. I'll give you additional 2 minutes to conclude, please. We got other people on the show. Go ahead.
Something wrong with you, Pewee, but I'm just going to ignore you today. Seriously. Because I'm trying to drive somewhere that is beneficial for the audience. Only if you listen, you'll benefit from it.
You will still come back. We can't wait for you. There's not a monologue between both of you.
Back to Mr. Cole, come back. So, Mr. Cole, like what I'm trying to get at here,
and I always want you to be
why using my 2 minutes? You see, Tomalin, he's interrupting me. Why using my 2 minutes?
No, listen.
Why using my 2 minutes?
Gibberish, I have 2 minutes left. For your mouth, don't use it again.
I have 2 minutes left. You're interrupting me. You just close your mouth. Don't tell me about my mouth. You close your mouth. Thank you very much. So what I'm getting at, Mr. Cole, is that since the crimes committed in the United States cannot be inherited in Liberia, both articles then would not be applicable. Neither 58.1, because then you are in no violation of committing a crime in Liberia,
or Article 21J, because then your rights do not have to be restored as a citizen. That's what I'm understanding.
No, what makes Article 21J supreme is that even if the crime was committed in Liberia, Article 21J still suffice.
Right.
So that's what makes it so great, because Article 21J protects me in and out of Liberia, in and out of Liberia.
So then legally, without a crime in Liberia, that's what I'm saying. The big picture is 58.1 will not be applicable because you didn't commit a crime in Liberia legally. Doesn't matter morally. That's a different story. 21J also will not be applicable from a legal perspective as well. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Dr. Peabody, welcome. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. Good to see everybody. Welcome, Mr. Koo, Mr. Kasa Koo. Good to see everybody on this Thursday. It's good to see everybody.
Mr. Nagbe, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koo, you're in the dark. Are you okay there?
Yeah. They will switch the machine on right now. Liberia LEC.
Okay. I'm more interested in the line that Fanta is picking up, because I'm very concerned, about what is happening in our country right now. And so I'd like you to throw a little bit more light on this, because quite frankly, I was just reading up on you as you were coming on, and there seems to be a lot of controversies attending your character. I mean, from the conviction that you talk about for which you serve time. There are also allegations that you attempted to bribe some of the electorate, $50,000 or so. And then there is this recent recording, which I understand you have also, denied being aware of, indicating that the vice president interfering in this very matter that we are discussing now. So can you throw a little bit more light on these allegations, because they seem to be too frequent, and it's just very concerning. And I heard you saying that Raji himself try to falsify documents. It seems to me like this is a race to the bottom. Who is more criminal than the other? So please throw a little bit more light on this. Let's understand what's happening here.
Okay, so what took me to prison in the United States of America wouldn't have taken me to prison anywhere in the world, because I consider it as breach of contract. But the U.S. government consider it as a conspiracy to commit wire fraud. I had a contract with a company called Sultan Capital Group, and I don't know whether I can explain this in 2 minutes, man.
Okay, I will give you 3 minutes to try and explain that quickly, because it's important.
Yeah. Sultan Capital Group.
Our guest, so we'll give you latitude of time. Go ahead.
Sultan Capital Group. We had a contract that I had a mining claim located at the Lo-Fi Bridge, Gumulala, to be specific. And we were mining both gold and diamond. It was agreed that I was supposed to supply every quantity of gold and diamond to them, because they were my investor. But during the Ebola virus, I sent them a communique and I told them the mining claim was shut down. During that time, we found some quantity of gold, X amount of gold and diamond, and I took it to Dubai to sell. Unfortunately for me, I sold to the sister company of Sultan Capital Group in Dubai. And whenever you sell diamond, you got KPC, the Tomalin process certificate, is like an identity of the diamond.
Right.
So that identity was transferred to the main company, which is Sultan Capital Group. Unfortunately, it was a breach. So they reported me to the authority.
So just so we're clear, you informed the Sultan Group that there was no mining because of Ebola.
We shut up operation because of Ebola.
But yet you managed to also sell to another company. Okay. So that is a breach, isn't it?
That is a breach.
Okay.
And breach of contract doesn't constitute 7 years of jail time. Nowhere in the world. But the American people interpreted it as conspiracy to commit wire fraud, 1349. And in America, there's this thing of pleading. You have to plead guilty, or if you don't plead guilty and you are found guilty, you get ×2 or ×3 of the time. So I pleaded guilty because I wanted to save the situation, because I know they will find me wrong anyway. That is that about the transaction in America. Now, we come to the next one. About the recording you say you heard. Listen, man, we are living in the age of artificial intelligence. Take that recording and put it in your artificial intelligence predictor. It will tell you that it's 95% machine and 5% real.
Okay.
So it is AI.
So then there is.
I don't know the vice president. I don't know the vice president. I have never met the vice president. But let's make sense of this. Let's say I know the vice president. I have met the vice president. And the vice president actually called the judge and asked the judge to help me. That's only for me to go explain to Somali. They said the vice president, I'm talking on the phone. Oh, yeah, like the vice president. Listen to the recording. You know all the places they insect. To the area of the vice president, they insected. That the vice president says, call the judge. Come on, man. I don't even know you. I haven't met the vice president before. So it's a complete fallacy just to make people to think different about us. And to the Mustafa Raji fake credential, it is everywhere. He submitted it to Councillor Arthur Johnson and Safwa. He submitted it to them. They were the election commissioner at that time. He submitted fake credential that he graduated from Corinthians University. I don't know where is that. And when they cross-check, he never been to nowhere near that school. Okay. And they decided to disqualify him from that process by challenging his educational credential at the same civil law code. At that time, FIFA didn't ban Liberia. But it is Cassell who took the LFA to civil law code now that FIFA will ban Liberia. It's all myth.
Okay, okay, thank you. But before I can bring in the Reverend, you said something. You said only in America I would have got I didn't judge to be held liable for this. And you just now when Mr. Nagbe make a follow up on you on that, and you admitted to wrongdoing. Do you also believe that if this was in Dubai, you would have been held liable also?
Yes, I'll be held liable for breach of contract. It constitutes fines. Breach of contract. No, only in America you go to prison. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, okay. You meant to say
anywhere in the world you won't go to prison. It's breach of contract. They will fine you, and you pay the fine and go.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Quickly.
So first, I will come back. My stuff kind of gave me trouble, so I'll come back.
I will still hold on a little bit before I can go around for the purpose of that, so we can let the show move on speedily here. So, Tomalin, I will come back to you because it is important. Mr. Kaseko referenced something about what unfolded before when the Mustafa Raji went to court and FIFA did not. So I will hope Tomalin you take it from that angle. If not, then I will come back to that because I've been putting some concern down from that angle. I'm concerned about that area as to why FIFA, because FIFA rules are very crystal clear in terms of non-interference from the government. The World Footballing Body is emphatically clear about the issue about government interference and individual trying to politicize of government deploying individual to weaponize the system of sport versus politics. They're very clear on that. But
that's what people say. That's what people say, but that's not really true. Because I serve in the capacity of vice president of operation of the Liberia Football Association, so I know the workings of FIFA and that of CAF.
But do you also know that FIFA threatened or FIFA withdrew or suspended other members before from government interference? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct, but it have to be grieved. It's a serious situation. Like, for example, Sepp Blatter was the president of FIFA. Him and Michel Platini took FIFA to the criminal court in Zurich, even though he was a former president of FIFA. Mamadi Jakite of Malay, he was serving on CAF executive committee. He committed a crime. And he got back into football. Mustafa Raji and people just pushing this wrong agenda to the Liberian people to say FIFA integrated check. You are talking about FIFA integrated check, and the next and the vice president of operation of the FA in person of Dopoh Dolo. Kazakwa committed fraud. Dopoh Dolo is on the TRC record. Dopoh Dolo is the current vice president of the Football Association, and you are talking about integrity. We are talking about war crime. When you talk about Dopoh Dolo, so we should try to be clear here. That's what I want the people to understand.
No, our job is not to ask you these questions, and we're not going to litigate this process here. It's not a litigation issue we on here, but the job is to ask the question and you respond to them. But we have to be in line with what is unfolding in terms of the FIFA rules and regulations versus the FA rules and versus the issue about government interference, all those things. But that the Peabody is back. Peabody, I will push it back to you, then go back to money, then we do the round again. We have one of the Mbacto contestant, if you will, of the current LFA pending elections, and I'm told the elections will have some issues currently, so we have him as our special guest today.
Mr. Cool, good to see you. Welcome to the closing argument, sir. Good to see you.
Thank you, my brother.
Good. Firstly, let me commend you for being so brave to come up, and you spoke highly of what happened and for sharing your past. Let me commend you for that. It only takes a brave and courageous person to do that, because some people will not want to get involved into that. But I commend you for that, and I think you were very brave enough to do it, and I commend you. But let me ask you this question. You talk about, it seems like it's remnants of stuff going on within the Liberian Football Association. They are trying to ban you. You have a man like Dopoh Dolo, who is well-known, a well-known general rebel, had with the INPFL, what group he was with, and he's leading, and you have a president who lied on his credential, and he's still there, and they are trying to keep you away. The court has ruled. I read that today. The court has ruled. So what's the next step?
The next step is simple. I'm going to submit my application latest Monday to the election committee, and we're going to wait. We believe they are going to accept our application to be a candidate on the ballot for the position of presidency, of the position of president. So at the end of the day, that is what we know they should do. So we are not looking at nothing less. So the court ruled, it is clear that the court saw in our pleading that we cited this identical law that was enshrined within the guideline. So basically, we don't expect the election committee to go contrary to the court decision.
Exactly. But yes, you were president of a whole football team all along. They were willing to work with you. Why now? Why they don't want you to contest?
Because we want to come to the Liberian people, as it often said, Liberian people don't like good thing. We're trying to come and bring our passion and our level of investment to football. Mustafa Raji have been there for 8 solid years. 8 years. Come April 18. Makes him 8 years. It's 10 years over. 8 years. There's no African Cup of Nations reappearance. We hasn't been to the walk-off, never. But yet and stay, he wants to go back for another 12 years.
Wow.
For another 4 years, rather, to make it 12 years. At the end of the day, Everything that Mustafa Raji boasts of are all FIFA projects. What can you do outside FIFA project is what we are talking about. If it is only because of implementing FIFA project, when FIFA send you $1, FIFA tell you how to use the dollar. So you cannot use that to develop football in no country. All developing country of football, you need an innovator in order to transform the game. And that is what I come on the table with. I'm a game changer. Cognizant of my two teams. FC Fasa is arguably one of the best teams in the country. We have excellent structure. So at the end of the day, we want to be given the chance to get at the hem of Liberian football where we will be able to transform it for Liberia and not just FC Fasa. Mustafa Raji knew me before I went to prison. We were good friends. He used to oppose the FA before. Now he wants to be the one to suppress people. You can continue.
I'll come back to you the next time. I'll come back to you. My time is over. So.
Okay. Thank you, Peabody. So we have Mr. Kaseko, one of the contestant, the embattled contestant, independent FA elections, the Liberia Football Association elections in Liberia. Here live. We are also on the radio, so we have a lot of folks that are tuned, and they're also concerned of placing calls. So we're going to go the round first. Then after this round, then we will take some calls back from Monrovia or across the country to see those football. We have some passionate football lovers also that are tuned to this broadcast via the social media and the traditional media also. So Tomalin, I'll come back to you to this time around. We would do one each, and then after the call we come again, do another round, and so we do some interaction. So go ahead, please.
So since I won, I will squeeze my. I'll make it. I'll just squeeze it.
So this time is one, but we have like 3 minutes. 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So yeah. So let me ask. Okay. Yes. So first, Mr. Core, please clarify this. You should have applied as a candidate before you go into court. It is true. In order to challenge the statute, you should have been a candidate.
That's not true. That's not true. Because it is clear that the Garland was going to reject me 100%.
Okay.
The Garland said, when you are found guilty of a crime, don't apply. That's what the Garland said. The Garland said anyone that is found guilty of criminal offense, financial, documented history of financial fraud, they put all, and then guess what they did with that same Garland? They augmented from the Garland something that is very cardinal. You have to be a Liberian citizen in order to apply for the position of president. But they augmented the citizenship requirement from that same Garland, because they know that we challenge the citizenship of Mr. Raji at the court.
Right. Raji is not a Liberian citizen?
We are made to believe that Raji is a Nigerian.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, okay, I just want to clarify that. So when you went to court, you wasn't a candidate. You had not applied yet, right? And it's now you're about to apply.
Now I'm about to apply. Now that I know that whatever they place in the Garland, they will move it from the Garland because the court said I can go there. So if you put it in the Garland, it means it's not going to work. Okay. Because the court declared my rights. The court know I was convicted before. The court is aware that I was convicted before. And the court is telling whoever is the election commission that Kaseko is eligible to contest this election.
Okay. So, I've seen your record to nowadays in Liberian soccer to have a team like FC Fasel. Your team is is indeed the best, one of the best teams in Liberia right now.
You got 30 seconds.
Our traditional teams, Majid Baro, your team.
30 seconds. Georgie, 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Put down. So my question is, your critics Mr. Raji have done a lot of good things for LFA. Building stadiums around the country and doing a lot. LFA, FIFA have even increased the money to LFA. So what different you are going to do that Raji has not done it? What would be the difference you would do that should make people to? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me clarify one thing for you first. Okay. We said Raji had done a lot of things for LFA. If we take you right now and make you LFA president, all what Raji did, you would do it. The reason is common. It's because FIFA will still give you that same money they give to Raji.
Oh, okay.
And you will use the money. And FIFA, when they give that money, they tell you what to do with it. So you use that money because FIFA will give you the blueprint. FIFA got blueprint. They will give it to you. We want you to build 4 stadiums in this couple of years, in this amount of years, and this is the money for it. FIFA don't even give you the money for the stadium. FIFA will give the money to the contractor. So you're going to implement these projects. But I want you to tell me, if you say Raji has done many things for Liberian football, I want you to tell me or make your own research. Show me what Raji has done apart from FIFA project. You won't find nothing. Raji is a failure when it comes to Liberian football. Because you can take any of you on this platform right now and make you LFA president, you implement all those projects.
So what difference will you do? What all FIFA being involved?
What we are bringing to the table is we have the ability to attract positive sponsorship for the Liberian League.
Okay.
We are going to, that's why somebody misinterpreted in one of my interviews. They say, I will put 50,000 in each team account. No, I didn't say that. I said, I will give 50,000 to each team. I will get a sponsorship that will attract 50,000 in each team account. Do you know how much each team is getting right now? $7,000 United dollars for one whole year.
Wow.
What can $7,000 United dollars do for these people? Even you cannot earn your monthly practice money for your team. People that are investing in football in Liberia, that are team owners and team president, trust me, they have mad passion for the game. That is why they are there. But if I am elected president of the Liberia Football Association, we reduce the burden on stakeholders. We had 2 deaths, for example. 2 deaths we had in this year. Football player died. One football player broke his spine on the field. They had to put him in keke to carry him to hospital. You know why? Lack of ambulance. Lack of ambulance. It will never happen under my administration.
Okay.
We'll have ambulance on all LFA games. Our national team will go back to the African Cup of Nations, will reappear. I'm saying that on the platform. I want you people to put me on the record. If I'm elected president, my first 4 years, if we are not back at the African Cup of Nations, I will resign from that post.
Wow. Breaking news.
Okay, we'll talk more into those things and other things. Let me say welcome to Shefa Dick. Shefa, welcome. We have tonight with us Mr. Kehleboe with us. Kehleboe is in battle LFA contestant. The case is still lingering. There's some litigation problem, I'm told, but again, the judge, as he said, and he's instructed that he be qualified and confirmed as a candidate. So welcome to the show tonight.
Hey, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much.
And before I say this, because it's important too that we prove to our wonderful listeners that we are not biased here. We do things. Kafumba Sware. Okay, I don't know. It's my first time even seeing Mr. Kehleboe today. I'm not protecting Mr. Kehleboe, so I just thought I highlighted this so you feel comfortable that to know that Pewee is not the type of person that can do those things. I don't know him. I have never seen him before, so I just want to do that so you feel comfortable. But Kafumba, yeah, I can understand why you're saying this about me, but it's unfortunate that I will ever do those kind of a thing, probably. So I just thought to say to you that my first time
seeing in there, like that's why you highlighted it. Okay, good.
It's my first time seeing Mr. Cole. No, I highlighted it because he started protecting the guests. Too many. Okay, we'll go to Fanta. Fanta, go ahead. You ask a question, then we move to Peabody, then we come to Peabody. Then yes, we come to Nagbe, then we come back to Safa, then we take the course.
Okay. So my question to you, Mr. Cole, and I'm going to leverage my 3 minutes. I heard you say like one question, so I have 3 minutes, just FYI. My question to you is that given your past conviction, given that it involved a multi-million-dollar gold and diamond export scam, as you just went over, when it comes to financial transparency, because I think that's something that is very critical to any of our infrastructures. I mean, we're not quite seeing that with the government like right now. So for an institution such as LFA, what specific oversight mechanisms or independent auditing process would you implement at the LFA to ensure the transparent management of international football grants? Not even just that, but for any financial donation and all financial activities. What type of specific mechanisms would you put in place?
We already have these mechanisms in place. FIFA, CAF, and the Member Association, there's a mechanism in place for auditing. You cannot change it.
No.
You
What
cannot
would
change
you
it.
put in place? Because frankly, FIFA is fake and gay. I'm going to get into that, but just quickly.
We're going to appoint independent auditing firm quarterly in order to make sure and audit our book, to make sure that we are going in line with the FIFA agenda when it comes to how we manage the finances that come from FIFA. And when you talk about donor funds, or there's mechanism already in place. It's a blueprint.
Okay. Reason why I wanted you to cover, and I want you to cover just financial transparency as a whole, not even so much for FIFA and like donor funds. You mentioned that you're going to attract other investors. How are you going to ensure financial transparency? Are you going to, well, I'm not going to prompt you, but please do share.
Okay. For example, if you are an investor, for example, what I want to do is I want to separate the different sectors of football in the country so that I attract different sponsorship.
Okay.
I'm going to create something they call the league board. And within that league board, I'm going to have financial experts that is going to be part of the league board. If I come up with the idea, or my executive committee and myself come up with the idea, and we decide that we should attract sponsorship of, let's say, $1 million for the league board, for the league. The league board, that money is not coming to Mr. Kaseko. That money is going directly to the league board.
So implementing additional or independent, not just auditing firm, but you're going to assign financial experts to each of those.
To each department.
Right. So I with my time remaining, I just want to remind like the audience and just everyone who holds FIFA in such high regard. FIFA is the most corrupt organization and CAF when it comes to football. And you guys need to understand this. There's been 156 to date, 156 ongoing investigation and conviction that has rattled FIFA. Everything from integrity and fair play to financial misconduct to behavior breaches, everything from bribery, corruption, fixing of matches, discrimination, sexual harassment, match manipulations, as I mentioned, duty to report. So the fact that we hold FIFA as this organization that is so integrous, that is not the case. Please let's educate ourselves. FIFA is a colonial organization that imposes their rules and regulations upon independent, or what should be independent, football organizations for them to be able to grow and function with enough innovation. They kill innovation. So we need leaders who are innovative and can take our Liberian youth who are interested in sports to the next level. We cannot do that with FIFA. We have to do that with an innovative leader. Whether you question Mr. Cole's morality, that is one point. I am right with you. When it comes to leadership and innovation, I don't want an integrity. I don't want us to consider FIFA or CAF as, or to put them on this pedigree, because they do not have that. They are very, very corrupt. We need something very, very different, who's not just going to bow down to FIFA, who's going to say, I need to find funding to support my Liberian youth and get the Liberian youth who are interested in football and soccer to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we go to Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, we'll come to you, and so you ask a question. You have 30 minutes to news for this time.
Yeah,
And
thank you very much.
If the question is short, then you can come with a follow up within the same 3 minutes. So you can go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cole. Thank you again for your time. I was listening to you, and I really want you to help us contrast what you intend to do with what Raji is doing. I heard you say you have the ability to attract sponsorship and support for the local teams, but we all know ability cannot really be, to me, that's a little bit speculative. So I want you to please, can you be a little bit more specific on how you intend to improve the LFA beyond what Mr. Raji's administration is doing?
Okay, one of the big difference between Raji and myself is my network capability. I have a very broad network, locally, internationally, very broad network. And I'm not yet the LFA president, but I can safely say on this platform that in my first 100 days, I will have a very attractive sponsorship for the Liberia Football Association, because I'm already negotiating with partners, not just in Liberia. People that are wanting to work with with impoverished nation. Like, for example, I have when FC Fasel was going for the CAF competition or qualify for the CAF competition, I was able to lobby with one of my own partners, and he gave me $1.5 million US, just because he wanted to be a part of that initiative that branded my team to that level. I'm using a jersey right now that I got sponsorship from Morocco for. The jersey that FC Fasel wear every day, we have.
Thank you, because I got 3 minutes. So thank you very much. But let me see if I can be a little bit more specific. All right. So what I'm hearing sounds very much like the government of Liberia, where we depend on donors and partners. And so when USAID, for instance, pulls out, or the European Union, for instance, pulls out, then we have nothing to fall back on. I want you to tell me how you intend to use the LFA to fundraise and be self-reliant and independent and not depending on sponsors.
Okay, for a common example, I'll give you one common example. Recently, FC Fasel run a program called Text and Win. For example, FC Fasel, I used my own team. We did a test run with a program that when you text, we went to National Lottery. We got our license from National Lottery. We passed through all the rules and regulations so that we don't be caught in any scandal of doing lottery illegally. We got all our licenses, and we put in a short code that text Fasel to this short code, and you will be able to win. First winner or taking 100 United dollars. Second winner taking $50 United, and third winner $25 United. We ran the program for every day that we're doing it with our fans and people in Liberia. We were making nothing less than 3,000 USD. I was only doing it with FC Fasel, not Liberia national team, for example. Number two, we have local company in this country that I believe in myself. I know what I can do. We able to persuade that they will be able to give us funding, part of the social responsibility funds. They will be able to give it to football. Every time you ask Raji tell you that we don't have sponsorship. All the people don't want to sponsor football. The reason they don't want to sponsor football is because football is not attractive in Liberia. But with us, it's going to be attractive enough that even you sit there on this platform are able to take $20 from you every month. Are able to get every Liberian involved. This is my first day on the platform, but we'll come back on the platform. We'll open the corridor, we'll come back on the platform, and we'll explain part of our football development plan, from youth development, from women football, from men's football, and that of our first 4 years plan, and then our 8 years plan. We'll expose it to the public.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope you do come back again. What you said there, I like it, but I think it's very minimalist. But notwithstanding, I appreciate the fact that you have the outlines of a plan. I will use my time, but thank you very much. I wish you had come with that plan. I mean, you're already running for office, but to tell us you'll come back.
Yeah, we were told that we're coming to really discuss about the LFA, the ruling from the court today.
Okay. All right. Sylvester, you can take it.
Thank you, Mr. Nawe. He's a minimalist. I like that. I like that. But thank you. Yes, actually, we were going to all these things. We call you to discuss the code, but you are vying for the most powerful seat in football in Liberia. So the panelists will have to push you to other areas of interest.
We understand. We understand.
And that's one of the major concerns. Before I go to Mr. Dr. Peabody, I think what Mr. Nagbe said is very important in terms of fundraising. We know across the world, football is about raising fund, doing a lot of very wonderful engagement and creative, innovative action plan, if you will. Right? I'm a member of, and before coming up, I was a very passionate fan of the Invisible 11 football thing, coming out in Sufaja as a labor with Thomas Apuma and the rest of that. I normally would do everything to go see RE thing on the BIE. I would sit there and cry. The rest of that. Currently, I don't really give money to IE because
second division, my man. It's a shame.
Nothing is happening. But currently, imagine I would take money to fly Liverpool to go see us play Champions League. I paid deal with Liverpool Football Club and other things. So we love to see these things happening and other things. But Dr. Peabody, quickly. We'll just bring this back to you. Listen to what the one of the vice. Sorry, you one of the vice president currently. Is that correct?
Mr. Koo, can you hear us?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Currently, are you one of the vice president of the FA?
No, I'm not. I used to be.
Oh, you used to be? Okay. Sorry about that. It's good. I just wanted to have that clarification. Go ahead, Dr. Peabody, please.
Mr. Koo, I mean, you are vying to be the president of the Elevate. I want you to tell me, what are some of the challenges to Liberian football? What are some of the challenges at this time?
Okay. I just spoke a few minutes ago that we don't have a system in place for the safety of players. Having, for example, a good turf to play on with no ambulance on the field, that player will fall and get on a motorbike or a keke to get to the hospital. That boy would have lived if we had an ambulance, because all he needed to do was lie on a bay flat. But because he had a problem with his spine, nobody knew he had a problem with his spine. He got in a keke, folded. By the time he got to the hospital, the problem worsened, and we lost that very good player. May his soul rest in peace. So we are talking about changing, getting more safety for players. The next thing, our females are not protected in the way they should. In the Liberia Football Association, currently, the female, they are underpaid. Because of that, they are not encouraged to play football. That is why we go nowhere. So when we get in the position of the FA, in the position that we are vying for, we are going to transform it, and we are going to make the payment of the female better.
Okay.
Next thing in line, we are talking, the next thing we're going to talk about, the FA Cup, for example. For every round we go in the FA Cup, it's not attractive at all. So people don't want to play. People believe when they get in the FA Cup, they lose a game and nothing. And then what? A third division team last year beat FC Fasel, my own team. The next game, they lose the next game, and it was over with. In every round of the FA Cup, there should be some award. We need to increase the prize money of the winners, because that's how it is everywhere. In Liberia, we spend thousands of dollars, but at the end of the league season, you walk away with $20,000. It just got increased to $30,000.
Wow.
What is $30,000 as compared to what stakeholders or owners of teams are spending? We run 2 league seasons right now. There's the second league season. We are running with no sponsorship. There is no sponsorship for the Liberian League. All the presidents say is nobody want to sponsor football. Everybody is getting off. We are going to attract sponsorship. So these are challenges that people are faced with. These are major challenges. The list goes on.
All right, so let me ask you this. I mean, my 1 minute that's left. Let me ask you, what is the budget of LFA right now?
I don't have it on paper.
Okay.
So I won't like to just quote a number.
Okay.
Because everything there is recorded.
Okay. All right. But do you plan to increase that budget?
One, very, very well.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Sylvester, I'm done.
Thank you. Before we come to Safa quickly, this is also important. This whole thing about the young man you spoke of that had a spam problem eventually that passed. It's very unfortunate. But again, there have been a lot of concern and I've witnessed across the world. I don't know do we even have one defibrillator in Liberia on our feet, and do we have those that normally those how do you call them, those medical staff that are deployed that specific needs just slipping up our call. The major thing, do we have defibrillators deployed on our feet during the
You mean the sports medics?
Yeah, the sports medics, that's the word. But do we have defibrillators deployed by any chance on our fees, or even when we play major game or the National League, or when we have this sort of thing?
Yeah, we got sometime.
Okay. Thank you. But we'll come to other areas, particularly I'll ask the next round. I'll take some time to push it out. So, CFR, you being around also, you understand some deep level of liberal football, the culture of liberal football, all those things. We have one of those that have contesting, but currently there's some problem, but we hope that it be resolved and with the elections going to be held. But how are you looking, from what perspective are you looking at things in Liberia? Where Liberia football from the time you start following it?
Well, I'm not going to delve into the court case. I'm not a legal mind, so I won't try to do one. I will leave that with the lawyers. But one thing I want is pertaining to medics. When I used to go to games, they always have the fire service to be at the game, and fire service are trained medics. They can be first responder. But I don't have a question. I'm going to make a comment, and then Mr. Cole can respond if he said. I felt that he wasn't honest when he was referring to his legal issue, calling it breach of contract. A breach of contract in the U.S. is not a criminal matter; it's a civil matter. If you are in a contract and I break that agreement, you can seek restitution through the court, because he was charged with 18 U.S.C. 1343. Which is wire fraud. That's using electronic medium and conniving to dupe people. And so that wasn't a breach of contract. And so I think we should get that out there, because it's better to inform the people properly of what actually happened. The case was well documented. Mr. Cole was on ABC Nightline, So when they say wire fraud, if I pick up the phone to call Pewee and I'm trying to scam Pewee off of money, that's wire fraud. If I use email, that's wire fraud. And found guilty 20 to 30 years, and part of USC 1343, they can seize your property. So it's not a violation of right, it's the law. And we all know the federal government, United States of America, has all the resources to go after people. And they will not go after you. They will not go after any individual if they don't have to have facts. So I think that he was misleading with that. But pertaining to the internal fight with the court case, I'm not going to delve into that. So I rest.
Okay, I'll just let him make comment. When I said that my case was a breach of contract, I will still maintain it was. The reason is what you see on the internet, yes, it's wire fraud. That's what you see on the internet. But what I know I committed was a breach of contract. But When the client reported me to the authority made the case. If I have the client number on my phone, I can even call the client right now as we are together. He still picks my call to today.
Mr. Cole,
Because, yeah.
What I want to do actually, I want that, that's water under the bridge now, right? That's a case behind you already. And listen, and we've been.
No. I just wanted to comment to that because what he sees on the internet is what he go with. He don't know the actual case. What brought what is on the internet? What brought what is on the internet is what I was speaking to.
Yeah, but
I wasn't speaking to what was on the internet.
Okay, before we go back to the line, we'll go up to the line rather. I just some interest in, because the fact I listened to you just now, you talk about some things about, because the current president of the FA is just relying on the money coming from FIFA, and he lacked the innovation and the technical know-how to bring more resources, to bring player safety. It's one of the things you spoke of just now, and there are a lot of other things. I just want you to go back to some of these things. That's what my concern is actually, right? Because football development in Liberia, for some time now, it's been very, very much uncompetitive, if you will, in terms of the region we find ourselves. There's no incentive. We have not incentivized most of those young, talented individuals. There's lack of incentives and all these things. You said something very interesting, and that I pay some key attention to, about this issue about trying to expose the league to a lot of other incentives and other things. And you spoke of using your club, and then, to be honest here, FC Fascia is one of those competitive teams. As I'm told, I think it should be the champion team now. I don't know. I'm sent to be correct on that. But aside from the FIFA fund, what other kind of a process or initiative are you going to, if elected, will you embark on to open up the market of football into most of the advertisement and other things, and bringing up folks, even local company or local city municipalities and other things? How are you intending to go about that? Because it's very interesting that you say, hey, you want to open up it. You spoke to some of your partners, they even gave you $1 million in that. Why are you going to expose that outside of FIFA funding?
Okay, so basically, my key objective in transforming football will always have to do with more resources, because without the adequate funding, we are going nowhere. FIFA money cannot do it alone. For example, I just said here on this platform a few minutes ago that we have 2 league seasons we play right now. It's the second league season with no sponsorship. I cannot get the sponsorship.
Orange is no longer sponsoring the league?
Not at all.
Okay, go ahead.
For the past 2 years. Okay. Zero sponsorship for the Liberia Football Association. So that is part of our first 100-day agenda. We are going to attract a serious sponsorship for our league, because we believe stakeholder needs subsidy. Stakeholder needs to be helped in order to transform their teams that will bring impact to our league and make our league to be competitive. Our national team, we need sponsorship, particularly for our national team. We don't have to be dependent on national government. We hear every day that Raji is saying, oh, the national government is not sponsoring the team. The government of Liberia can get our money. Sometimes the national team is supposed to be playing very serious World Cup qualifier or African Cup of Nations qualifier. They will leave one night before the game, and they will pass to Ivory Coast by road and get to Ivory Coast and get on plane before they go to the venue. Then you want them to win again. So we're going to attract sponsorship, particularly for that, to take care of these things. Even though the government is still going to give us money, we believe the government is the owner of the national team. But if the government funds delay, we are ready, because we attract sponsorship for that. We are going to divide these things into departments so that each women football sponsorship, youth development sponsorship. And I know myself. That's why I say I have the connection. Listen, without connection, you can do nothing. And I have the connection. How do you think my team is surviving? You think that the electric car is selling? Okay. I have the connection. I'm talking to people. I'm getting solicitation from here, there, yonder. I'm going to bring it into Liberian football.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Before we go to the line, we need to take some calls, then we'll come back to the panelists. But I will, Raul just join us. I will ask him to make his intro, then we move quickly to the line. Raul, welcome. We have tonight as our special guest, one of the Firebrand Kaseko is a what I want to call it. I was still saying this. He's an in-battle contestant of the position for president of the Liberian Football Association. He's here as our special guest on the TCA tonight. And you also got some a deep inclination of football and football activities and the rest of that. So I will let you do your intro, then we go quickly to the line, then we're back to the panelists. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Sylvester. I really appreciate that. And thanks to Mr. Cole for making himself available to come on today, especially with the court ruling on his injunction.
Your mic is muted.
My mic is muted. Can you? Am I not?
No,
audible?
we can get him. Maybe you are you hearing him? We hear me?
I'm not hearing him at all.
Gentlemen, are you hearing Raul?
I'm not hearing him at all. You guys can hear me. I can hear.
I can hear him.
I'm hearing you now.
Raul, come. Go ahead, Raul.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Am I audible?
Oh, I'm not hearing him.
I think his connection is. Can you hear anyone? Is he hearing anyone else on the show?
I'm not hearing him at all.
Kasi, are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
All right, let me do this. Let me get out and come back. Okay.
Okay, Raul, do that. We'll hold on you a couple of seconds before we go to the line. Yeah. So. And so we'll hold on Raul. Raul will ask his question, then his intro, then we move to the line and take a couple of calls, and we're back to the panelists, and then we'll do this. We will let you go back. Are you, Mr. Cole? Are you okay to be with us up to 8 p.m. Eastern time? That would be 12 a.m. Liberian time. Would that be okay by you?
It's okay. I'm here already.
Okay. Yes. We'll let you go by that time. Raul, you can.
Yeah, am I audible now? Can you hear me, Mr. Kong?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Awesome.
Go ahead, bro.
But again, so Sylvester, this is just an intro. I'm not answering it. I'm not asking no questions right now, right?
No, when you do a quick intro and ask one question, then we'll
okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So listen, it's great to have you on. Sorry for my tardy. Just a little busy at the office, but I had to come on because I've been religiously following the ordeal in court. And I am a Lone Star fan, and I am a soccer fan of Liberian football. And so I just wanted to say this off the back. I do not support any legal action that infringes upon your right to contest on the basis of crimes committed in another country, especially crimes in which you serve your time and pay your fine. Now, I also want to say I'm not a supporter of folks committing crimes in other countries and attempting to assume leadership position in our Liberia, but I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocrite because there are a lot of other people in our country may not be contesting in sports that have committed serious and more heinous crimes in other countries, and they have ascended to higher offices politically in other areas in Liberia, and I don't think you should be the exception. And so I'm glad that the Supreme Court made the right ruling. But here is what I want to ask you. You talk about support, you talk about sponsorship, and I would admit that you have been doing tremendously well with your with the club. But we also have seen over the last few months, we're seeing a decline in performances with FC Fasel. There have been rumors, I'm not sure how true this is, that the players have not gotten paid for the past few months. And I would like you to address that because this is going to be on the ballot come in the next few days. Because again, I think the success of Fasel last year, a lot of folks have been hopeful that you can turn the page, you can bring in the sponsorship. I give you credit because you started this whole thing about foreign coaches on the local scene because we only saw foreign coaches when it came to Lone Star, right? So how do you address these things? And if you were elected, how do you ensure, given your background and given some of the questions about crimes that you committed, whatever the case is. How do you ensure that? How do you ensure that LFA and the entire institution, outside of getting support into LFA, getting support for Lone Star, the national team, and an improvement, how do you ensure that you are going to run an administration centered around integrity, fairness, and honesty?
Okay. So I will start from the last and come back to the top. How do I ensure fairness and integrity? I'm going to set up committees on each department within the FA that is going to be given the authority to run those committee when it comes to finances, when it comes to when it comes to the management of funds and management of whatsoever blueprint we want to place in front of them. This committee is going to be clothed with the authority, and we're going to get independent auditor quarterly in order to go through all these committees. So there's going to be total transparency. It's not something that Kehleboe is going to sit down in the office of the president and want to run everything himself. No, I'm going to put wherever we get financial situation, we'll have financial experts, credible ones that are going to manage the finances of the FA in a way that no finger is going to be pointed at Kehleboe at the end of the day, because we understand that we are against the order right now, that people will be saying, oh, you committed this crime. So because of that, we are going to set up this committee that we are going to work with in order to make it better for us all. So if you can just bring me back to the next one.
So the next one, and I know we got to go to the line, so I'll throw this in there. Rumors about your players on your team that have not gotten paid for
Okay.
the past
So that's
few months.
that's a fallacy.
Okay.
Players on my team, I always pay my player, both the Tamigel and FC Facel. That's a fallacy. These things are election talks, saying that FC Facel didn't pay the player for 3 months. I have a salary structure of $45,000 monthly, and my players are well paid. And listen, we brought wet coaches to Liberia. A wet man is not going to be standing on your line and not getting paid. He is leaving the job. Lone Star lost 2 coaches like that because they wasn't getting paid. The white man is not taking that. So all these things are rumors that to just derail the train for us. They have said it before. It's not the first time we have seen these messages in the media.
Okay, so last question. You said confidently that if given the opportunity, Lone Star will not only qualify for the next AFCON next year, but Lone Star will qualify for the World Cup. What would you do differently? I know that Rachi has done a phenomenal job as well. With regards to the structure, we have different soccer pitches across the country, not just in Monrovia, even though we've been lacking in other areas. But with the current Lone Star team, what would you do differently that this administration has not done over the past few years that, in your view, will qualify Liberia not just for the AFCON, but the World Cup potentially?
Okay, we're going to attract players from outside the country. There are a lot of players that want to play for Liberia, but because we don't have a structure, that is the reason why they are not coming. So we're going to have a vibrant structure that is going to attract these players to come, to play for their country, to fly, to raise the flag high. And then what we're going to do is early preparation. You cannot be preparing for AFCON qualifier and want to come in 2-3 days to the game. Why not have a plan that all the local players that are here first, forget about the international player that you're going to call for the game. The local ones that are here on ground that play for the Liberia Team, FC Facel, and that plays for Blackman Warrior, all these local players that we are going to select based on clear transparency, not who know you basic. You can really deliver. Why can't you start a program for them here that they are going to be training together? What stops us from doing that? The national team don't train for game until the game is ready. You are becoming to play a national team game before they call the player 1 week to game. So what can you achieve in a week with a bunch of players from different clubs? We have the local base, so early preparation matters. So we're going to prepare them and we're going to bring in good technicians. I'm going to hire a very good coach. Coach that have been there before and done that.
Okay. Okay. And honestly, before we move to the call, Myean is posted already to get some calls. We'll take a few calls. But before we move to the call, honestly.
And I got one more question. He asked something. He said FC Fasel is declining. Sorry. Please. Let me
on
just
the league table. On the league. I follow
FC
relationship.
Fasel is declining. Yes.
On
The problem for our decline is we lost our other play. We lost Ivan Manet, the Belgian coach. We had a contract with him. I think if you were following, you saw the contract saga. Had a contract with him. He breached the contract, and we had a situation. He left. We brought in Amir, another coach. So we have been having problems because of the changes.
You're
We've
talking
been
about
transitioning.
the Italian coach, right?
No, we brought in the Belgian, the Bulgarian coach, Amir Alege, the one that took us to the CAF competition.
Right.
And then we brought in the Italian. When Amir wasn't doing well, we fired him and we brought in the Italian. So these things, when I take over the FA, we're going to change it. You know how? We're going to have 2-3 coaches going for UEFA Pro license every year. So that I don't have to pay an Italian coach again.
Okay.
Coaches' education matters.
That is very important. It's good to hear. But to be honest, before we can take the calls, I saw Rawa smiling just the last time we were on this platform, and your answer to Rawa's question was exactly what Rawa said that time, that we are not doing the scouting right to get those players across Europe. We're not playing effectively and other things. So I think Rawa will be, if Rawa having voting right, he could vote for it, because I want to hit point. He's saying that we are not doing appropriate scouting around to select players, prepare for them to come across. We have a lot of spot because he mentioned.
Yes, my brother, because when the player break under the current administration, when the player break their leg while playing for Lone Star, they don't do nothing for them. Your career died.
Exactly what you
so
said.
how will the player out there in Europe come and sacrifice for the country? When you break the 4 year, it finish. Murphy Nagbe in America today, he hustling in America doing 9 to 5 because Murphy Nagbe broke a leg and that was the end of the career.
Yeah, we love to see those workable mechanisms that you're going to deploy that will bring some exponential changes towards the game. But quickly,
Myean,
Myean,
is Myean ready? Is Myean not ready? Oh, who next? Let me not jump in front of people.
No, if Myean not ready, then I'm going to come into it. Myean, are you there? Myean texting the radio from the other end. So okay, we'll just go back. We'll get Myean, then we'll interrupt the president. I'm sorry for this. Then we'll take a few calls and we'll come back to the panel. We'll start from this side. Fatah, I will start with you. This time around, because we running out of time, we'll be leaving him in the next 23 minutes. We'll ask just one question each, and we'll take 2 minutes each to do that. And then so that we can.
Moderator tough tonight. The moderator,
I like that. I like that.
The moderator.
He like what he don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. Mr. Give me a big wherever you are, just come back, please.
You know when the people are not over there, when the people are going to be around.
I know.
This man
is Mr. Give me a big, please come back.
The people let me charge. Say,
you see, that's why you can't get small bonnet and power. That's exactly why you can't get in power. They get abusive.
But go ahead for that. Go ahead. Myean, when you ready? Go ahead.
I'm ready. Yeah, Mr. Cool. I
Myean, that way we'll go one round, then we'll take the call, then you close.
Yeah.
Go ahead for that.
I applaud your bonus. I absolutely believe that Liberia needs a type of bravery when it comes to leadership in all capacities. And as I said, even though morally questionable, I still do applaud you for throwing your name in the hat and wanting to see this through, because I do believe I see the passion that you have for really transforming the lives of the youth. My question to you, because I'm very much a numbers person, what would you say, or what can you say comfortably that within the first year of your leadership, say if today 100 youth are being sponsored through the LFA, what would you say would be the number that you will put forth in your first year of leadership that will be beneficial for the youth? So how would you increase that number?
Yeah, when he asked me the question first, that what was the LFA budget, I just asked one of my people on my team, and he told me like 6 million. And then I believe that is 6 million. I think for the 4 years or so, I believe that is little. I believe that is way below the belt. I am looking at least 5 million yearly to come into the FA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of youth, right? The number of youth. Say today, if there are 100 youth being sponsored by the LFA, because we know that the youth are in abundance, and most of them are seeking opportunities to just be seen, right? Especially those like with soccer or football talent. So how would you increase that number? And most importantly, what would be your target number? If we're only sponsoring 100 today in your first year, can you say that you will sponsor 1,000 youth, right? Or 1,000 programs around the different counties to make sure that number is increased? That is my question.
Definitely we will increase the number. Whatever is the number, we are definitely going to increase the number. But this is the thing. We have different pillars of our plan. Our plan got something to do with youth development, women football, league, and then national teams. And national team is divided into various departments. But we also need to put in place a quick impact project, because all of you on this platform, right after 2 years, and Lone Star is not winning game, y'all be like they on my neck.
Oh, definitely.
So we have a quick impact plan for Lone Star to deliver, because we have to go back to the African Cup of Nations. Since 2002 was the last time we appeared at the African Cup of Nations. That is over 2 decades. That's a shame for a country that produced the only African Ballon d'Or winner. So we have a plan to increase the youth participation in football.
We need to see that plan, Mr. Cool. It's very
important. I got
important.
I got caller. Pewee, you can hear you. I got caller in line.
Put the caller through.
We'll take the caller for 1 minute, then we move around 1 minute, and we'll go to the call. Go ahead.
Caller, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening to our studio guests, and good evening to fellow partners on the show. Yes, Chris MC. Do call you for the state of North Dakota. I hear from Takata in Nimba County. I have a concern to the studio guests. This is my concern for our recommendation. I will leave it on. In Liberia, we have sorry players out there, as you said. When it comes to the insurance of those players, have become a big issue in Liberia. And you own the team in Liberia. And now you are fighting for this position. What do you have? Those players who have interest from Liberia, but they have insurance. In case of anything tomorrow when the folk get vacant, or anything happens to them tomorrow, that they will be able to benefit for the national team. And my recommendation before I leave the land is, I pray that you begin successful in the process, but when you win, split up there, the talented young kids coming up, 9 years, 10 years, 15 years, that build new stuff on that stage. Like in the next 10 years, we'll get a better national team of Liberia. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that a question or was a comment?
No, I think it was a comment.
I think he was commending you and other things. So, Peabody,
we have someone online here. Mr. Pewee. Mr. Pewee, can we take the person?
Yeah, go ahead with that question, then I'll come in.
Yeah, go ahead with the person. Because they want to my hold on, but take them. Then
hello, caller. Where do you call from?
Good evening. My name is Kenton Mark Anthony Shemon. I'm calling from East Africa. So let me first appreciate the studio guest for his brilliant presentation. I'm one person who have been following Liberia football And to be very fair enough, we all understand that Mr. Mustafa Raji has done his best in a period of 8 years, but based upon the huge investment that Mr. Castel Anthony Ford has invested in Liberian football, we are optimistic that when he's given the chance to head the Liberian football, everything that Raji has achieved in the period of 8 years, we are very sure that Mr. Castel Anthony Ford can achieve that and even surpass it in a relatively short period of time. What do I say so? What do I say so? In Liberia, we say that the man who says he wants to take you to a better world, look at his shoes. So in this context, Castel's shoe is FC Fasel. Look at the way FC Fasel has been transformed in a period of 1 year, 6 months. So this alone proves to us, the Liberian football lovers, that if Mr. Castel Anthony Ford is given the chance to head our Liberian football, everything that Raji has achieved, Castel will not only achieve it, but he will surpass it in a relatively short period of time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Myean, just hold on. We'll do our best as panelists to run with just minute each, then we'll come back to the course, then Mr. Cole will close up on that. So that the people that will start with you quickly.
Mr. Cole, let me ask you this question. I mean, I've heard all your premises and very good plan for the Liberian football, but let me ask you, how do you plan to? We have, for example, we have.
I'm not getting you.
Yeah. Everybody else can hear me, right?
Yeah, I think I'm hearing you.
Tell Myean to mute. Tell Myean to mute.
Yeah, Myean can mute his phone.
Myean, can you mute your phone, please? Myean, mute.
You can hear me now?
Mr. Cole, can you hear him?
I don't know why.
Can you hear him?
Can you hear now? You can hear now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, but you're cutting off too. My question here is, we have the Ballon d'Or in Liberia, former FIFA best, Africa best, and all. How do you plan to liaise with President Weah to kind of gain like expert advice for football in Liberia? How do you plan to connect with President Weah?
Can you hear us, Mr. Cool?
I don't know.
I think he has to go in and out.
He has to go in and out. Can we?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's see whether we can.
You want to
bring him back in?
You want to go out and come back?
Because it looks like he's using his phone. Maybe a call was coming through, and then automatically it kind of disconnects the audio. So he has to go out and come back in.
Okay. If he can come back in, that would be great.
Yeah, because I have one more question for him as well.
You can hear us now?
No, he hasn't gone yet. There you go. Yeah. Because sometimes when calls are coming through, it kind of disconnect the audio. You have to. And I think we should extend the same opportunity to Mustafa Raji.
No, brought Raji here before.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, this is election time now.
He's hoping he can come on and.
He watching the show, so I'm sure
he can even come on.
You can hear us now. You can hear us now.
No, I think it's coming from him. Yeah, it's coming.
It's
from
a static. It's a static.
Are you using your phone?
Yeah, he is. That's the only time you see the black screen over there like that.
I need to be up to it.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting conversation.
Got a lot of deep things to discuss.
Yeah, it is. It's a very interesting conversation, and I'm really glad.
Well, I mean, he's just stating I will, but I haven't heard any concrete plan yet. It's all I will raise this,
arrange this, but how?
But he's not elected yet.
You don't have to be elected to lay the You plan. can hear us. You can hear us. You gotta be elected to lay a plan on the table.
Yeah, but CFI, you can ask him.
his plan. But anyway,
you can ask him the how. I think that's a good question.
Yeah, Victor asked him. Victor asked him. Fanta asked him already.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We did.
I think, but it's
we did.
Because part of the plan, the man said he will raise revenue.
How?
Oh, he said it by using. He just used, no. He said at some point. He said
he's going to share the plan.
No, he said
he got to share it. He said he would do. He said he got to share it, but he said he would do something like currently he raised with the Liberian National Lottery. It's doing thing to raise extra funding via his club. It's another strategy. So, but when Father asked, he said he's going to share it. But we look forward to him sharing the plan. If the plan can be shared, where folk will look into it because there have to be a manifesto.
I hope he comes back. I hope he comes back.
Yeah, we hope he earned that. Then we just we want.
Well, yes, it. I can tell you something. Excuse me, Dr. Peabody. There's a guy with a check. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. When he took a shot at me and said, "You take stuff off the internet." I do not do character assassination. I do not take stuff off the internet. I read a report from the Department of Justice. I read the news report from ABC Nightline, his audio, his video there, admitting to the crime. So that's not stuff off the internet that he's trying to minimize. It's a breach of contract. That just put a question mark on his integrity. Hey, you did a crime, fine. I did a crime, but don't say it was breach of contract and I'm taking stuff on the internet. That's well, he admitted to he admitted.
So you want to red hole?
No. He admitted to something that he said it was minimal, but they put something big on him, and we all know, right, Mr. Nagbe? That's what he said, right? It was minimal, but the government put something big on him. That was the first.
You're not going to jail.
Exactly. But guess what? It wasn't a breach of contract because everything was well documented. Even one of the victims videotaped the visit to Liberia. So those things were video evidence. I agree, but he did not deny. He did not deny the crime. No, he denied it. He denied it. He said it was a breach of contract. He said it was a breach of contract. It wasn't a breach of contract.
Yeah, but you see, my issue with that CFI is we cannot be hypocritical. We cannot apply a standard at this magnitude on certain individuals. Why we don't apply similar standard on others, right? Because listen, like him or not, we had a speaker, the most powerful.
I think. Sorry, Raul. I think let's see. We'll get him this time. We'll send it up. I think he should.
Yeah, you guys are.
You can hear us now.
Yeah.
Okay. Quickly, people. Next time, Chief, when you come in on the platform, you are the president of Facet FC. So you need to have a separate tablet. And the president will just use a gate so we can have you said, right?
Sylvester to
don't be using your phone. Yeah?
Okay.
No, Mr. Nagbe, let me. I don't want to be my own.
Let me finish my question.
People conclude quickly, then we'll go down.
Yeah. All right. No, my only question was whether you tap into President Weah knowing his exemplary record for football. Will you tap into him?
Will I tap into what?
President Weah to get mental, advice and how you can do this.
Absolutely. Then once we're talking football, we can never leave President Weah, the former president, out. He's the best in Africa. The record is clear. So how we want to excel without going back to him and asking for guardians?
Great. That's good. That's the
we got call. Thank you. We got call it long.
No, but you're got to win now.
Too many.
No, but
okay. For the record, that call will be the last. We got call for the 5 seconds. Go ahead.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, my name is Jerry Tawe. Yeah, I've been following you guys' conversation, and it's a very good topic discussion. This guy is vying for a very important position for the LFA, and so it requires a lot of cross-examination. So I want to state this: when a panelist is trying to ask a question, the panelist is trying to set the premise Like the lady, the only female you guys have on the stage. The girl was trying to set a premise before she followed through with a question, because you got to reduce the ambiguity in all of that before you hit your question. So the way Pewee came in, I think that was not fair. But later on, I watched the program throughout, and later on, you guys were able to set. I think a good recommendation would be for you guys to set time slot. So whatever way you use your time is up to you. Now, having said that, I want to ask this gentleman: was when he got convicted and he was jailed, did he come to Liberia, got the gold from Liberia, and then went to Dubai and sold it, and then went to Liberia? That's how he went to the States. Was it a way that he got arrested? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think your point well taken. He will answer it when I don't know if he will answer that, but yeah, listen to your point. Actually, of the issue about you, the caller got some point when we should get some time. We agree with them. The reason why I came out, I was looking at time, but yes, next time we'll allot the time and we'll offer the time. So well taken, and I accept your observation. Robert, I'll come to you 1 minute, and then we run the 1 minute. Then we take Mr. Cole. Just take note of that question, please. If you forget, we'll remind you to answer the caller concern. Then we take few calls from outside, and you will bundle all of the question and just answer them. Then we take leave of you tonight. So Robert, go ahead quickly, please.
Thank you. Listen, I think that you got a lot of big plans. There are lots of questions that I have as far as the details of those plans. So hopefully, I know my colleague was asking about the actual plans. So hopefully, we look forward to a copy of those plans so we can really peruse it and if possible, reach out to you and your team for further details, because we really want to see our sports, like everything else in the country, move forward, right? And so you and Raji seems to be beefing right now. I don't know what the beef is about, but I know you are his fierce competitor right now. And I will also state for the record, I know he's been there for 8 years, but even you would admit that Mustafa Raji has done a lot of good things with regard to structural changes and some of the things he's done across the country with the development of many pitches with artificial turf. He's done a lot of good things. And I will also agree that maybe we need some new ideas to move sports forward. So if given the opportunity, Elephant needs a lot of unity. We need all hands on deck. Are you willing, Mr. Cohen, to reach out to Mustafa Raji, squash this beef, and in some cases, consult with him on the way forward, if given the opportunity?
I have reached out to Mustafa Raji already. Mustafa Raji and his team, my team, my team, we sat down on the round table couple last week, and we had a meeting, and we told them what we want. We told them that we want to get on the ballot. We want to go to the elections. We don't want to stall the process. It was done for him in the past when his educational credential was questioned. They had a round table. After the round table, other people understood that, listen, we reduce our college credential to high school. That's how it was changed. That's how the statute was amended to from college to high school, so that Mustafa Raji can get on the ballot. So we had a roundtable discussion, and they said they were going to get back to us. But in the meantime, while getting back to us, we still going to maintain the process in the court. We wasn't taking our case out of the court. So definitely, we already talked on the way. The Minister of Youth and Sport called us the other day. The ministry is having talks with us. I received a text message from Honorable Snow today asking for a meeting with me and Mustafa Raji. So talks on the way. People need peace in football. Football is a game of unity. We need peace in football. But it's simple. To have peace in football is so simple. All we asking Mustafa to do is open the process. We understand. You claim Kasekwo is this criminal. Integrity issue. This and the other. You, Mustafa Raji, you cannot answer us about the LFA headquarter project. How much was spent on the LFA headquarters? Embezzlement. All these things, you cannot answer to it. You a fake college credential. You cannot answer to all these things. But you are throwing stone. You don't want to open the process. Open the process. Let's go to election. If you beat me, I shake your hands. When I beat you, you shake my hands. Simple. But Mustafa is so used to getting web ballot because during 2018, His Excellency and other people were able to go and talk to people to step out of the process. It was negotiated. And him alone went to the process during the second round. It's supposed to be a second round during 2018. But people stopped the other people from contesting. And Mustafa Raji went on web ballot. His second term, he did the same thing, another web ballot. So he's so used to web ballot, he don't want no competition. And this time around, it's not going to work. Because we are going all out to make sure we are on that ballot.
Okay. Mr. Nagbe, quickly.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. This is going to be my closing. I have a meeting coming up in 10 minutes. Okay. So, Mr. Cool, let me thank you ever so much for coming. And I'm happy that you're signaling that you want peace to prevail between you and the current LFA president. Thanks to Senator Snow and others. I know he's been involved with football for a very long time. I know you had said here within the next 100 days when you get elected, we expect to see significant change because you'll be attracting sponsor and all of that. I hope I wish you all the best, but I'll be honest with you. I think you've been associated with football for a long time. You run a first division club. I thought you'd come here with plans on how you will scout for talent, what you would do with the county meet, that kind of thing to grow football. But I think you're speculating. But again, a lot of people seem to believe in you. They're typing in the comments. So again, I've been too removed from Liberian football for quite a while, I have to admit. So I really don't know what is happening. But I think you made your case tonight. I want to wish you all the best. You say you will come back again to show us a plan that you have, something more concrete. So, I hope the next time around we'll be talking to you either as the president of LFA or contributing something more tangible. But I think you spoke well for yourself tonight. And so I want to wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Safa, then we'll go to Tomalin, then we'll take calls quickly.
No, I got no question. I'm just going to follow up.
Good night, guys. Thank you.
Oh, you follow up?
Yeah, I will just listen to the callers then.
Okay, Myean, are you there? Let's take some calls quickly, and then we would take.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, you can.
So,
you can activate your
call in line.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Myean, why are you preparing your calls? Too many. Go ahead.
Hello, guys. Yeah, this is Ben Zona here calling from Minnesota. Look, I have been one big critic of this guy. And to be honest, not knowing much about him. But today, I think he did himself justice.
Wow.
That's why sometimes, you just criticizing people and not actually knowing them. I mean, still, if I were to still choose, I probably might not choose him for other reasons, but he did himself justice today. I think at this point in time, this is almost like what happened in Ghana when you had Ben Kofi and Betty Pele running for office. It was so tense. At the last hour, the president had to come in and throw out Betty, say, you can't run with Ben Kofi. Because they knew if Betty had gone to the ballot by Ben Kofi, he was going to win Ben Kofi. And Ghana did not want that distraction in the soccer. Big hands have to come in and settle it. But as he's saying, it has been happening over and over. So I understand, for where he's coming. But I think big people need to come up and stand and then stop this disgrace. Because if not, this thing is not going to end well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So 077649986 plus 2317766.
Ask a question quickly. While
okay, Mr. Core. Yeah, quickly, right? So, you are going to go through. You are going to apply now to run for president. But do you foresee any kind of hurdle that might prevent you from that it might stop you in the tracks for contesting, even though the court have given the go ahead? Do you see any hurdle that the commission may put in your way that will prevent you from running? And lastly, the former presidents of LFA, you got Musa Belete, Snow, and so forth, and even the former president Weah, have any one of them endorsed you?
They haven't endorsed anybody yet. Okay. Snow hasn't endorsed Mustafa Raji, no me. The same with Musa Ability and then President Weah. They haven't endorsed anybody. So we are hoping that they will come with an endorsement, but these guys are highly political. So they really don't like to put their weight on somebody like that. So, but we believe that some of them understand us. They like me. I work with Musa Ability as his vice president. So I'm free to say I believe if Musa Ability will endorse somebody, he will endorse me. So because he know my work ethic and he know what I bring to the table. Okay. So your first question was, remind me again.
Yes. Will you think that
when I get to the process, when I apply,
what I'm hearing from the other, is that the other side saying that you are not about to be subjected to the process to be a candidate. So you think there will be any hurdle for you?
Yeah, because I'm not worried about hurdle because I believe that the election committee is not the other side; it's an independent body.
Okay.
I believe that there are lawyers on that committee. Even though Mustafa Raji was the one who found these people and handpicked them and brought them to Congress to approve. But at the end of the day, I believe these guys have integrity. The code rule. The code says Kaseko is eligible to contest. So I don't see somebody like Myean coming up to say, no, it's not you make this decision for posterity. You don't make it because of one person who wants you to make it. So they have their careers in their hands. So I'm going to apply, and I'm going to see what's going to be the outcome. But I expect nothing less than being accepted.
Can I ask a quick question? How many terms has Mustafa had?
You're on mute.
No, I'm not. How many terms has Mustafa had?
You have someone on the line here.
Go ahead.
Hello, caller.
I don't think he got that question, Fanta. But we will still put out.
I'm not hearing Fanta though.
Yeah, she
was asking how many terms
the term of Mustafa, how long he been there?
Yeah,
do we have a term?
2 terms. 2 terms. 8 years.
Been there 2 terms now. Do we have a term limit?
Yeah.
3 terms.
Okay, 3. Okay.
It actually used to be 2, and there is we even have another case at the court because we believe that it was doing most of our term that he increased it to 3 terms.
Yeah, no, we need to change that. I mean, we need.
So he shouldn't be benefiting from that.
Yeah.
Hello, caller.
He been there 2 years. Why can't he just leave?
Yeah. He been there 2 terms, 8 years.
8 years.
I'm not hearing Fanta though, in case she's talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hold on.
He been there 8 years. Give it to somebody else.
Dr. Peabody, if the U.S. government hadn't come down on FIFA, today Sean Blatter would have still been of FIFA chair.
Well, at least it came down.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
don't do that.
Well, let him learn from what the U.S. government did.
Thank you. Alan Bill Kandi calling from things outside the nation capital, Monrovia.
Okay, go ahead.
The main issue is not to appreciate your studio guests and to appreciate the host for the platform. I'm a soccer fan and most especially follower of Liberian football and lover of the Lone Star. Over a long period of time, we actually grieve in our inner man and our spirit about the fate of our national team. We, of course, we actually been looking around. We're going to know that the stakeholders in the leadership they kept crying for the support not coming from the government, support not coming from the government over 5 to 6 years. We kept saying the same thing. So seeing Anthony coming around, where he's saying that sponsorship Peabody, so Lagos sponsorship around to come around and sponsor the process to allocate on the national team go to coordination or work. For me, I think it would be necessary if it will materialize in the other way. I think it would be necessary if I have the body right today with election and hope for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Myean,
hold on, please. I have on the line. Listen, Mr. Cole said something just now about the chair of the election commission. Councillor Myean is the chair of the Myean. I have on the line Councillor Myean. We just called for some time. I think he would take our call for a few minutes. So just do one or two clarifications. Mr. Myean, you live on the closing argument. I'm actually calling to find out the court. You are agent of the court. And the court did rule about this issue that Anthony Cole is eligible to contest the dependent he went off. Let me try to get him back quick, gentlemen. Sorry, it's important. It's important. Mr. Myean, Councillor Myean, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. So were you honored the ruling from the court?
Of course. In fact, there's no reason why the opinion of the court or the ruling, as you may refer to it, cannot be respected. As a matter of fact, as you said, I'm an officer of the court. And so if the court hands down a ruling, it is incumbent upon us to respect such ruling. But the fundamental question perhaps to ask is, what did the court rule? And I think it's important to understand the ruling of the courts for those of us who are not lawyers, as well as those who are lawyers. Perhaps the understanding of the court's ruling will put you in a better position to say how these processes will proceed. I must note, however, that you got me very late, but given the camaraderie, I could not reject the call. Let me say this: we have an impartial elections committee. The mandate of the committee is consistent with the statute of the association, as was amended in 2018 to 2021. So that mandate the authority to conduct the LFA elections in a free, fair, and impartial manner. So we do so consistent with what the law says. So having said that, I'll go now to what the court said in summary. What the court said, as far as I've read, is that Ms. Poor, who is the petitioner, has the right to contest. And the court said such contestation, if he ever will, must be subjected to the electoral processes of the LFA. What does that mean? That Kaseko, every other candidate will be subjected to eligibility criteria. Unless you meet those criteria, you are not qualified to contest. If candidate A intends to contest one of the community position and or presidential position or vice presidential position, what he needs to do, or he or she needs to do, to apply elections committee. The responsibility of the election committee will be to vet these candidates at the end of the deadline that will be published. As you may or may not know, the court had mentioned on the electoral processes, thus stopping us elections. Now that injunction has been lifted, the permanent injunction has been lifted back to this ruling, it means we will come up with a new deadline, not guideline, but deadlines to apply consistent with the board. So once you apply, you are vetted. The contesting will be, and those candidates who have been cleared by the BT will be eligible to vote. The ruling today did not make any candidate eligible. That made that clear.
Okay.
The ruling today says you have the right to apply to be a candidate.
And that also include the incumbent president.
Everybody who wants
absolutely. Absolutely. Councillor, can you just take for us just 2 minutes to do a summary as to what is the basic qualification criteria?
All right. To be elected as member of the executive, the law says in Article 45.4 that you must be a Liberian citizen. You must be a stakeholder, and stakeholders is defined as, must have played soccer, or you must be coach, manager, president, blah, blah, blah. So you must be a stakeholder. That's the definition of stakeholder. Plus, you must not be less than 25 years. But then most importantly, it says you must not have been convicted of a criminal offense. And the most controversial issue, I think, that is before the court for address.
And the court dealt with that already. Is that correct?
The court has said clearly that given what the petitioner went for, we are bereft of the authority to deal with that. So the matter, let me make this clear, that there are two or more than two matters before the court. As I understand it, there's a case what we call in Latin les penny. There's a matter before the Supreme Court asking the court to make a decision as to whether the LFA law is consistent with the Constitution. The LFA law that says, once you are being convicted of a criminal offense, you cannot be a candidate or contest in the election. So that matter is before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is going to come down with a ruling. The Supreme Court have heard arguments from both parties, party litigants, as far as that matter is concerned.
But Councillor, quickly also, are you cognizant with the law, the Constitution, that says anything moving forward contrary to the Constitution is not involved? So let's say, do you also tell from the legal perspective, we want to clarify to us that if the Constitution of the LFA is contrary to Article 2 of the Liberian Constitution, is hereby not involved. Is that correct?
Well, Sylvester, we must first establish what is contradiction.
Okay.
And oftentimes I see people, including non-lawyers, say a law is contradictory to the organic laws of the country. It's important to understand that by and of yourself, you can't declare a law contradictory to our Constitution when the Supreme Court has not said so. The only body that is responsible to declare law contradictory to the fundamental laws of our country is the Supreme Court, the Honorable Supreme Court. Supreme Court has not said so. But further to that, we must understand that the Supreme Court has been, consistent in how she interprets private statute, association laws from statutory laws, and have been very reluctant in meddling into the affairs of private law. So these are matters that are before the court, and I will resist the temptation to define what it's going to be. But I just want you to know that in nobody club with the authority, not even the lower court. That's why the circuit court, His Honor Nyenwolo, did not temper into interpreting whether the LFA statute was inconsistent with the Constitution. It did not say so. It says this court does not have the authority. It's without the authority to decide constitutional matters. Okay. So the matter before the court, the matter before the Supreme Court is to determine whether the LFA law, if indeed it is contradictory, to establish such contradiction. And that is before the Supreme Court. We'll wait for what the Supreme Court has to say.
Okay, quickly, we'll let you go. Just want to ask any of our panelists under the comrades if they got any concern that you can clear for us while we are. So anyone got quickly any concerns that you want to put? He's a chair, by the way. That's why I brought him in. He's a chair and he's a lawyer. So
yeah, fantastic.
Yes.
Why was the term extended to 3 terms instead of just 1 or 2 to allow for other Liberians to participate in this capacity?
Well, the LFA laws are made by Congress. It's not made by an individual. Before I was elected as chairman of the Independent Electoral Committee, we met the law allowing for an individual to contest for 3 terms. That law was inherited by the current leadership as well. So, I mean, you have to ask the committee, the executive committee that consists of a lot of stakeholders, why they had to extend it to 3 terms. It's not within my purview to answer that question. It's with in their reading of the law, in their reading of the operations of the LFA, they believe that a candidate can go for 3 terms. That they will have to ask the question.
Georgie, Tony, Shafa,
my question is, counsel, from what I'm listening to, what I'm hearing, because I talked to the other side today, and what I'm hearing from them too is that Mr. Cole should have waited until he applied to be a candidate before going to court. But now that this could have cleared him, and now, but Mr. Cole, some of his supporters are saying that why it is true that he's about to apply to run for the presidency, they believe that the fact that they keep on mentioning this clause that talk about where you're a convicted person, you can't run, and so forth. That people just ask, any law that our constitution supersede, we give it preference, we give the constitution preference. So, I mean, what's the assurance that Mr. Cole will not be denied? He won't be denied the candidacy. What is the assurance that the commission won't deny his chance to run?
So let us unbundle your concerns. First of all, let's be clear that there is no law that is contradictory to the Constitution. As I said to you before, only the Supreme Court has the authority to declare such law repugnant to the Constitution. The Supreme Court has said nothing. It is you who are saying it. It is the people on the street who are saying it. So let's make that clear. There's no law that is contradictory to the Constitution as far as we're concerned. That's why Mr. Cole has gone to the Supreme Court to declare his rights. So that's the first thing. The second question is, what is the guarantee that Kaseko will not be denied? I think we should be talking about any other candidate and not only Kaseko. In any elections, for example, in Liberia, to be representative, senator, or president, there are criteria, as you know. To be representative, for example, they say you must do what? You must be a Liberian citizen age 25 and above. You must have an unencumbered property of 25,000. You must have lived in accumulated 1 year prior to your elections. These are eligibility criteria, right? And I could go for the president. The president is 30 years old. Every electoral processes have their own sets of law. The LFA is no different. The LFA has a certain kind of criteria to be eligible. They got integrity checks, they got age limit, they got nationality criteria, and of course, they got stakeholder criteria. So you must have known about football. You can't come from anywhere and just become the president, in other words. So the same applies to all of the criteria. So once the candidates apply, once those candidates apply, we will open the new deadline, I must say. Once that deadline is open, once the new dates are open, candidates will be encouraged to apply, including Mr. Cole. The committee will sit, the committee will vet all of the candidates, including Kaseko and the current president. Any matter that is brought before us, we will deal with it. If a nationality issue comes before us, we'll deal with nationality because there's a criteria to be elected, right? or to contest, not elected, sorry. If an issue comes to us about integrity, we will deal with it. If a matter comes before us about age, we will deal with it. If a matter comes before us about your stakeholder being a stakeholder, we will deal with it. So let us not only concentrate on, how you call it, convicted of criminal record. That's not the only criteria that is before us. Why aren't you talking about nationality? Why aren't you talking about being a stakeholder? So all of those things are questions for us to answer as a committee. And we are going to be fair. We will ensure integrity. You know me, or quite a few people in the country know me, that, integrity is my hallmark. That's why I accepted this job. I see nobody. I see the law. I have lived and worked, and ain't nobody is able to influence me. So help me God. So we'll be very impartial and we respect the law. I can assure you that much. So I'm not banned by any noise. I'm not going to be influencing nobody able to take phone and call me and say, look, you got to change what it is. I'd rather resign. I was given a mandate by elections.
Okay.
And I'm a lover of sports. I play the game. I read the game. I administer the game.
Let me ask something since I have the opportunity, Councilor Bien.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just swayed it.
Let me just inform here. The Councilor Coast is the one asking this question, please.
Yeah, you just swayed all of us by saying that the court today did not declare my rights to contest the election, but to apply. No, the court declared my right to contest this election and not to apply. Why? You as a lawyer, you are fully aware that we took a matter before the court on your guideline. It was a guideline that your committee issued that went to this civil law court. And in that guideline, we challenged the fact that under our law, I'm eligible because I went to prison, I came out, I safe. And we are saying that this guideline has the propensity of making Mr. Kasekwo not to be eligible, of disqualifying Mr. Kasekwo. So we challenge that guideline. So this court has come out to say Kasekwo's rights to contest this election have been declared. Kasekwo should go to the election process. What is the process? Send him an application, send in the requirement that you ask for, but minus that particular situation, because that was the reason why I went to the court. So the court would have said, Kasekwo, you are not eligible because this guideline contravenes your statute. But because the Supreme Law takes effect, the reason the court did not accept, did not talk about the constitutionality of the LFA statute is because she said, only the Supreme Court. You are already to the Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court deal with that. But what you came to me for, what we went to the court for, was because of the ambiguity within your guideline. So the court said that ambiguity should be eradicated because it is clear here that Kasekwo can contest. So what are you saying, Mr. Councilor Bien?
Okay, if you are a lawyer, honestly, I would have whipped you. I'll be honest with you, but I mean, in a jovial way. Now, I understand that you're not a lawyer, and sometimes
we can hire a lawyer to the call if you want.
Oh yes, certainly. I understand you're not a lawyer, and so sometimes interpretation of court rulings are sometimes daunting. They can be daunting tasks. And for the sake of those who are listening, and for the sake of those who will listen later, I must make it clear that this committee has taken no position in disqualifying any candidate because even Kaseko has not applied. Even Kaseko is not a candidate in these elections. So let's be clear first. Kaseko is an ordinary president and an ordinary stakeholder as far as these processes are concerned. He's not a candidate. That's the first thing. The second point is because I was a party, I might have been away. I was named a party as a chairman. I was named a party. So I'm going to give my opinion as a lawyer and as a party litigant to the current matter that was before the court. Kaseko and his team went to the court and said, look, the guidelines that was brought up by the committee should be struck out. And he's there, he knows. He says the guidelines should be struck out because it's inconsistent with the law. The court said, no, we can't strike that guideline out because we do not have the authority to do so. And I'm going to speak in the layman terms because I want you to understand these things. Okay? The court said we do not have the authority to decide eligibility criteria for a private organization like the LFA. To do so would be an overreach. So the court said we can't strike the guidelines. The court says if you want a decision about the unconstitutionality of the LFA's guidelines and or the LFA laws, go to the Supreme Court. Any constitutional matters before the Supreme Court. That's what the court said. The third thing the court said was, look, we can't stop you from expressing your decision to contest. If you want to contest anybody, people, you can wake up today and say, I want to contest the LFA elections. That's your right. That's what the court says. Like I said, court, everybody has the right. But the court says that right has a limitation. What's the limitation? You will subject yourself to the eligibility criteria. That's what is in the ruling. What does that mean? It means Kaseko or PE will go and apply and say, look, I am candidate XYZ. These are my applications. I want to contest for this position. What says you as a committee? The committee now will look into it and say, look, we got criteria here. To contest, you must meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you met it? Yes. You are a candidate. Have you not met it? No, you're not a candidate. So what the court said, and let's be clear here, and I'm sure I've made it abundantly clear. What the court said was, no one's going to stop you from applying.
No, this is apply.
Okay. Now you were talking, I didn't talk, but you can go and read it again for me.
It's right here. I can read it for you if you want.
No, because I read, I think, 200 times, so you don't have to. But you can read it for the audience, and they will say you must subject yourself to the electoral processes. And
yes, the process minus the original process we went to court for.
Yeah, I didn't know it's in the ruling. I'll be glad if you said, if you read the ruling, I say minus.
No. The ruling, they didn't say that, but you know you have to understand what did we go to court for. We took your guideline to the court. We did not tell the court to throw your guideline away. We put in a particular point of your guideline. And it's even in the ruling. The court stated it in the ruling. Point 5 and 4. It said that's why we contended. And the court said, the court would have been clear and said Kazakwa is not eligible to contest.
But
I don't think he's denouncing your eligibility. He is saying that you can absolutely apply.
Apply and contest are two different words.
And meet the guidelines.
The court said contest. You're eligible to contest.
What's the difference between apply and contest?
You put in your documentation.
Well, so it's the same thing. So I think we can deduce just not to prolong this.
It's a distinction without a difference. You have to go through the process.
Yeah. So if
absolutely, you go through the process, but
right.
It's a distinction without a difference.
If you apply, you are contesting. You go through the process. Counselor, my
exactly.
My only follow-up question is with this, because we're seeing this happening across Africa, where there is an inherent complete disregard for allowing new blood or fresh blood into leadership. So the gatekeepers do everything they can to suppress the incoming of fresh ideas, and it truly results in the stagnation of our entities and our infrastructure. With this 3 terms, is that something that you agree with, or you think is something that also needs to be reviewed?
You see, your question is a beautiful question. I don't know you personally, but I think I've listened to you once or twice. I must say this: I'm a free, independent thinker, and 1 or 2 people in the studio would know me. I've been an advocate for social change throughout my life, and I'm not one that is overly bureaucratic. I believe that healthy competition and the quest for a democracy that is not guarded by a few gatekeepers can only ever help the country move forward. That said, I wouldn't speak for what is happening all over Africa, but I can certainly speak for what is happening in Liberia. That's why I've been, as I said, an independent free thinker. I say this much: I'm a stakeholder in the game. The way soccer works, the way the FA operates, is that the power is inherent in the stakeholders. They go and decide what laws are made, what laws are changed, to the extent that those laws affect them. In their opinion, they decided that it could be okay for someone to run for 3 terms. They have had Congress. If they have a problem with that law, they would have changed it. It is not my prerogative to decide which law is good or bad. I'm simply going to use the current law and to conduct an election, the election, sorry. That's my role. My role is not to change the law. I can't change it even if I wanted to change it.
No, but as a stakeholder, what's your personal opinion? Should there be 3 terms or allow for democracy?
But you see, the thing is, whether 3 terms is okay for the FA, it's a matter of. I don't think it's a personal question. It is a scientific question. So the question is, what would the candidate do in 3 terms, given 3 terms? What would you do with it? Should it be longer? Should it be shorter? For me, I don't think I'm in a position to answer that question because, you have to take a stock of what a person can do in 12 years as opposed to 4 years or 6 years. To me, I think it's a matter of really, studying. Stakeholders must study whether 3 years term of a candidate is too long to have a person there. My personal opinion on the matter will not matter much because my opinion will not be scientific. Let us study whether 4 years is enough for someone to make the necessary change that is needed. I think that's what we should be looking at rather than my personal opinion on that matter.
That's a Peabody, and then short concern quick before we let the councillor go there and wrap up with it. Jafar, go ahead, please.
Yeah, councillor, I got a quick question. I don't know what you can answer it. You were stating the requirements, and one of the points you stated that the person must not be convicted of any crime. So, convicted of any crime, is that in only Liberia jurisdiction or any jurisdiction? Because that one is pretty open. So I don't know whether you have an answer for that.
The Constitution says we got a maximum law that says what the law does not give, it withholds. So it's a matter of interpretation that will come before us. We have to try to define what convicted of any criminal offense means. That to me would be something that we'll have to get definition to. At this point, the committee has not convened, and there has not been application for us to make a determination on that. But those are things that even when we are faced with, we will interpret it in what the framework intended. That would be the bedrock upon which candidates who are affected by that clause will have to face. The issue will be where, criminal offense by criminal offense, the frameworks meant anywhere or only in Liberia. That would be something for us to look at as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you, honestly. But I will call you actually. Let me let you rest. I'll call you tomorrow, and probably we because we it is important that we move and look into this thing deeply, right? We're gonna maybe call you also to give us all the different set of rules, stakeholder things, so we can have, if you have the time, maybe you can be a guest for us tomorrow and next week, Monday, because this thing is ongoing. So we have to discuss this. But quickly, part of your closing, what would say, Mr. Kaseb before served as vice president, I think for operations, all these things, and he served as vice president before. Why was the law different then and now? Why you allow him to contest at the time as vice president and not now? You can use that as your part of your closing.
No, but I got one question before he closed, please, if you'll allow me.
Okay, then you are yours, then he get both everything and close. Go ahead.
So, Counselor, my confusion here, and I think a lot of people have been thinking this, and I thought about this, right? If the law, you said that you guys have not met to determine what the interpretation of that law is. I'm sure that on there are clauses within the law that specify what that actually means. I'm sure that the framers of that law would not just insert any crime without specifying what that truly means, whether it's in Liberia, limited to Liberia, because this is an election in Liberia, right? Or whether these are crimes committed in other countries and persecuted in those countries where terms and fines were served and paid. But you haven't met. You have an election in the next week, and one of the contestants have taken his grievances to one of our courts, because he feels like his right as a Liberian has been infringed on because of that. It's kind of shocking to me that you guys have not reviewed this information and started kind of like, discussing this. But if there is a law that states that anyone who has committed crimes cannot run or contest in an election, why did that very law also not state that that person who has committed crime cannot also be the president of any of the first division teams in Liberia? Because part of the reason why he's able to run is that he's a stakeholder and he's the president of one of the first division teams in the country. So something doesn't make sense to me, because if part of the requirement to run a contest is that you be the president or a stakeholder for a first division team, but there's a law that says you can't run if you have criminal. Why should a criminal be a stakeholder in Liberian Football Association, but it's not okay for that criminal to contest the presidency? It just doesn't make sense. Can you clarify that for me?
Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed your name. What was your name again?
This is Robert Garguah.
Robert, thank you. And I think few of those who were on the talk show was that last week mentioned similar things. And for me, that is by far the most easiest question that has come to me, for those of you who has been following. Why? Let us make it clear that the definition of stakeholder, as was defined by me previously, means anyone who has played a game, who has managed a team, who is a president, and so forth and so on. Now, what you were saying is the LFA must go to maybe Mate Barrow and say, Barrow, you cannot make XYZ president of this club because they have criminal record before. Even if that man has his private money and wants to form his own team, the LFA, who does not have the authority, will go to that club and say, look, you can't make Goa president for your club and then go out and say, what are you talking? I bring my money, I establish my club, and you say I can't. Where have you heard that? And that's the reason why we have private entities. They have the right, they have their own constitution, they have their own laws, they decide their own presidency. LFA does not have anything to do with it. LFA, even if they wanted to, they can do nothing about it. The club goes and looks for a football player and says, look, come play for my team. That player comes and plays for a team, automatically a stakeholder. You cannot stop the person from being a stakeholder, even if that person came from jail. Right? That person is a stakeholder because that person is qualified to play for a private football club. That makes him a stakeholder. That person can be a coach. There's no law stopping anybody from being a coach who has come from jail. You come from jail, you can be a coach for a team. I can go on the street and form a club called Bokonjida FC or Wologizi FC and say, look, I will make Sylvester Pewee my coach. Who is the LFA to determine who becomes a coach of a club team? LFA cannot make any decision regarding that. Okay? The LFA role stops to the administration of soccer, and particularly the players and the club's team, not the personal administration of the clubs. They don't manage the administration of the clubs. So the reason Kaseko cannot be stopped is because he owns a club. That makes him a stakeholder. Nobody, not even the FIFA, the football governing body, can prevent Kaseko from owning a club. That would be an infringement of his fundamental right to own property. That will contradict the Constitution. If you're asking for a clause that will contradict the Constitution.
No. So let me allow me, if you may allow me to push back a bit, because I think you're making a salient point. The only issue with that point is, and I want you to listen to this very carefully, is that in as much as you do not have the power to control who becomes president of a particular football club, that person, right, who could be a criminal, becomes part of that club. He or she is a stakeholder. They become decision maker that impacts the LFA. You just did it. The stakeholders are the one who have the power to change constitutions if they deem fit. So they are making decisions that impacts the operations and administration and administrative of the LFA. So again, I will push back by saying if the LFA can have the power to insert within its constitution that a criminal cannot contest the presidency, that criminal, the LFA president also is part of the decision-making body of the LFA. The only difference is he or she leads the LFA. So if a criminal is fit enough to become a stakeholder and be a president of a club, he or she, they are part of the decision-making of the LFA and the laws of the LFA. If they are qualified to be decision maker, then I'm sure the LFA in its wisdom can insert laws that are very clear on criminality, period. On criminality and who becomes president based on the decision that they are making to impact the LFA.
But we've said the same thing here. So what I said was, and I make it very clear, Garguah, I said that one, being a stakeholder is not the only criteria to being president of the FA. That's why the framers were very clever. The FA knows that because they do not have the power to determine stakeholders, who become stakeholders, they have to insert other criteria that will ensure that people who head the FA, who are the ultimate decision makers, have some character checks. Because two things here. There is an element of private property that the Constitution guarantees and provides. If you got your money, you can go and own things. You can go and buy a thing. That is your fundamental right. You can go and buy a football club. LFA cannot stop that. Even if you are killed 10 people, you can bring Laurent Kabila, talk the rest, the worst criminal in the world. You can bring Adolf Hitler. He can own a club. You can bring all of the Russian boys, the Ibrahimovic of this world, who have owned Chelsea. It's happening everywhere. You know, they are the boys from the oil Gulf countries. They're owning their clubs. FIFA cannot do anything about it. Why? Because it is their money. It is their private property. They own it. You can't, as a football regulator, go and say you can't own a football club, even if you have money. That would be far-reaching. That is not even your authority. You don't even have it, even if you wanted to. Let's make that clear. The FA, as it is with any football body in the world over, cannot prevent anybody from owning their own club or property, because it becomes their property. They can give it to their son to become the head. So let's establish that we do not have control. What we do have control over, but we are saying what the LFA has control over, is to ensure that to manage an entity that is characterized by some integrity, anybody who must be eligible to manage that entity must come with a semblance of integrity, must come with a semblance of understanding what the activities of football is. That's the stakeholder aspect. Must come with some age threshold. That is what it is. Plus, that person must be a Liberian in the case of the FA. That way, you have safeguarded all of what, in the view of the stakeholders or in the view of the administration of sports in Liberia, will be a better place for people to say, this man is all encompassing. This man or this woman understands everything and has some, elementary qualification to have met. So I don't think nothing is wrong. Even in the UK, in America, in Australia, in Canada, everywhere, people own their clubs. There are drug lords who have bought clubs. You can't stop it, even if you wanted to, because that would be a violation of the person's fundamental right to own property. Constitution guarantees ownership of property. Constitution guarantees your freedom of movement, freedom of rights. And among that, your fundamental rights is the right to own property. You can't stop that. But what you can stop is to be the head of an association. To be the head of an association, there are criteria. I say this much. You go to a Catholic church, you come from a Catholic church, and you want to contest to be bishop of an Episcopal church or a Catholic church, the problem will have to have you go through some criteria. Maybe the Catholic church will say you must not have been married or so forth. There will be some criteria that you have to meet, so minimum criteria. That's what it is. It's simply a minimum criteria.
Okay, Chief, we'll let you go quickly. Peabody, got any concern? Because you asked you the only person, so we can let.
I don't think so, but I'm just kind of confused on that letter that was sent to Mr. Koo. The lawyer is saying something else, but the letter reads very clear about his qualification to contest the election.
Right. Exactly.
And then we have a different type. So I'm very confused. I would like to really hear from other legal experts on that as well.
Right.
Yeah, and also, if you're going to bend the rules, in terms of integrity, you had the requirement for a college graduate, but then you amended that requirement to appease the sitting president, in fact, dropping it down to a high school level. So to then preach integrity, I think the body seriously needs to probably revisit some of these criteria and ensure they are indeed integrous, because if they're flexible for one person, but sort of staunch or stringent for another, then it shows favoritism, right? Yeah. And I think we have to be very concerned about that. And the fact that we cannot allow, the fact that we will be in awe to allow say if Bweka wanted to change the constitution, or if Bweka wanted to pursue a second or third term, I don't think Liberians will sit for it. So why should we allow one person 3 terms, whether it's Cassell or it's someone else, right? I think Liberians should be given the opportunity, considering the amount of youth that we have. There are other capable people who can also ingest fresh blood and ideas into the LFA. and not that term really need to be looked at. And you are also a stakeholder. So kind of putting yourself in a pretzel for not quite addressing that, to say, yes, you're not going to provide your personal opinion, but then you said you're also a stakeholder and a lover of the game. Personally, I know you don't agree with that. So I just think, like, for the sake of Liberia, right? For the sake of Liberia, it needs to be re-looked at so we can do the right thing moving forward. If we're going to use a blank stake, right? Or if we're going to use a metric to ensure and safeguard integrity, it should be across the board. It shouldn't be flexible for one person but stringent for the next. Thank you for your time, sir.
Okay. So let me, it is good. And as I said, given that I'm ever ready to provide these clarifications, Pewee, I hope I can be. I will adjust my schedule. It can't be tomorrow because I'm traveling.
We can do it Monday. Will be okay.
Get me in Monday.
Yes.
But let me respond quickly. Then I can make my closing.
Yes. Okay.
The committee did not ban any rule. Let's be very clear. We have to be very careful. You're a journalist. One of the things you must do is to find out, or a talk show host is to find out the right information. It's very important, because if you don't get the right information, chances are that you're going to give the wrong information out there. No one bent any rule in favor of anybody. The rules and the criteria you see here was inherited by this current administration. It was not made by them. Let's make that clear very much. For me, I'm not an executive committee member. I'm a stakeholder, but not executive committee. I'm an independent chairman of the electoral committee. My role is to only conduct the elections. Let's make this clarification. The 3 terms you're referring to was made way back. It preceded this current administration. If the stakeholders decided that it was too long, they have the right. They go to Congress. They can change it. They can change it at any time. They will have an extraordinary special Congress, and if they want to change the laws, they will change it. So no one is bending any rules. My role is to look at what the rules are and conduct elections.
Okay. All right, Councilor. Thank you.
So no, but Pewee, I must close.
Yeah, you're gonna close. Yeah. I will let you close.
Let me close.
Yeah.
And I hope I'm coming.
But while closing, just a few seconds. Are you also considering that we have a new law about this dual citizenship thing? Because you said this thing. Are you guys considering that dual citizenship issue also? Thank you. You can use that and get close. Yeah.
Well, the law says you must be a Liberian citizen. They not speak about dual citizenship. It says a Liberian citizen, and citizenship challenge are done by the court and not the committee.
Okay.
So if you have a citizenship challenge, the court determines who is a citizen of Liberia and not the committee.
Okay.
So no one can come and say, Pewee, you're not a Liberian, you're coming from Guinea because you speak in a certain way.
Okay.
The court must be able to say that, and not individual coming and saying that. But let me close by saying a few things. Someone keeps saying they are confused about the ruling of the court. It is very clear, my brother. Very, very clear. Simple as the ABC. The court in the conclusion, when you see wherefore and in view of the following, in view of the foregoing, it says few things. And as I said, it says you have the right to run. That's the first thing it says. You have the right to contest. But what does that mean? It says further, before you contest, you must go through election processes, the electoral processes. What does that mean also? And I will answer the two before closing. The first one is, to say you have the right to run, it means you can decide to declare your candidacy today. I will be contesting for the presidency of the LFA. That's your right. Pewee, you can go now. You can go now and say you want to contest. That's your right. That's what the court says. But the court says to be a candidate, you have to be subjected to the election process. It means you will have to apply. No court can say you automatically a candidate. They do not have the authority. It is only the LFA law. No court can come and say, Pewee, you don't worry, you qualify to contest, go and contest. What happens? That's what the court say, we're not touching your law. Your laws remains as it is.
But let me ask you a question. Let me cut you off. Do you think Mr. Cool is qualified to run for this election? He should be given an opportunity?
No, he's not qualified. Like any other candidate, he has to apply to be qualified.
He has to apply. He hasn't applied yet.
Huh?
He hasn't applied yet. So
if he applies, will he be qualified if he applies? And we apply.
He hasn't applied yet. You can't make decisions on that.
He's going to apply. But when he apply, will they get an opportunity to run?
Based on his application. That's how the process works.
He told you tonight he will apply. He's going to apply.
Yeah, but let him apply.
Yeah. But he has to apply.
He has to apply. Life is process.
So all of what is happening, let me make this clarification. All of what is happening all day. Castro is not a candidate, and he knows that.
Yeah.
But what we learned today, like, anyway.
He's not a candidate. So you got to apply, you will be vetted. Everybody,
I think you got to play a lot of 1-2-1-2 games at that place.
Okay, Councilor, we kept you on the line for almost an hour. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to bringing you back on Monday so we can read, because this is important. We want to see a very transparent process unfold. So we look forward to.
You will be as clear. Look, come with all of your questions. Open up. That's why I'm coming.
Yeah.
Call me anytime. I'll be in studio on Monday.
Yes.
Let me confirm the time. I'll be in studio. We'll provide a clarification. We'll make sure that the election, as I said, is free, fair, transparent. Okay. I am a respecter of no candidate or no proposed candidate. Okay. Everybody will go through the process. Everybody will be duly vetted, and everybody who meet the criteria, everybody who meets all of the criteria will be eligible to contest.
Thank you.
On that note, I want to thank you, and I want to thank your colleagues in the studio. My name is Councilor Bien.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Yes. We just and thank you very much, Mr. Kase, for this to allow you came on the show, a lot of people too, and the reason why I put him on the phone, because you call his name, and he's the chair. I didn't know he's the chair, right? Another thing, and that's part of the reason why we did that. Myean, you stay there. We can take a few calls for our man close. Because and Mr. Cole, we're gonna have you back on this show. It's important that you do this to justify why you should contest. Actually, you should push for this. And the councilor said it rightly.
I got a question, Pewee. So Mr. Cole, was there a reason for you not applying?
We challenged the election guideline, the very guideline that Councilor Myean is using Swedu tactics to dodge around. But we understand what is going on. What I want to say.
Okay, so what part of the guideline did you challenge?
Number 4 and 5 of the guideline. There's 2 places in the guideline. A guideline that had you cannot be convicted of criminal offense. You cannot give a history of documented fraud. You cannot things that wasn't even in the guideline. They placed it in the guideline, and things that wasn't even in the statute. They placed it in the guideline, and things that was in the guideline. In the statute, they omit it from the guideline, like the citizenship criteria that you spoke about is omitted from their very guideline. So it's like they protect the guideline for the incumbent, and then they make the guideline to be difficult for candidates like myself.
So when you say they make the guideline to be difficult for candidates, in what way?
They understand that I have a conviction record.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, it's clear. He's saying on the phone, he's a smart guy. He making smart statement on the phone. Like he making smart statement on the phone, like we have to define, what criminal conviction is, whether it's in Liberia or it's in America. We understand all these things. But what I want to make clear is this.
How can they charge you for a crime you committed in America? No. Dr. Peabody, when I started this show tonight, I said I'm not a lawyer. And that's why I specifically asked that question.
It says shouldn't be convicted of any crime. They didn't, people they left it open-ended. So that's subject to interpretation.
That's out of the question. They didn't say shouldn't commit crime in Liberia. They say shouldn't commit any crime.
Any crime. So
Crime
it's subject to interpretation. And so that's why I raised that question. I don't let them play lawyer because the lawyer read things differently. So Mr. Cole, my last question. Don't you think you should apply, then challenge the process? Because
we are going to apply.
Oh, yeah.
We are going to apply, as I said previously. By Monday, our application will get in, and we will see what will be the result of our application.
Okay.
And that's fair enough. Just apply. And another point I've tried to also highlight here is this. Now, if it is also true, because if the fact said that the issue of criminality now might have committed any fraud or criminal, if it is true also that the current president lied on his academic credential, that's fraud. That is criminal. That fraud also.
100%.
Yeah. Then if that criteria is what you're gonna fail on that, then
You got Adolfo Dodo. You got Adolfo Dodo as the vice president of the federation, and his name is in the TRC report.
Okay, and you got also
he's the vice president of the federation.
Well, what they're gonna argue, and I think, listen, listen again. I'm not for any. Listen, I'm not a big fan of Kong and his criminal background. But this is not just limited to football, right? This is. I think football is the least of it's the least of it all, right? We got people with criminal record. They have been the third, not even elephant president, ladies and gentlemen, in the entire country. Kofa had his own share of criminality abroad. He served time, and he did what he did. My thing is, if the standard is people who have criminal record should not be holding public offices, then this should not just stop at LFA. Sylvester, it doesn't make no sense because the president of LFA it should be. Listen, that's a very powerful entity, and it's important that we have reputable people leading these institutions. But again, it behoves me that we are okay with the president of the Republic of Liberia being a criminal, but we are not okay with the president of the LFA having criminal record when these crimes were not even committed in Liberia. And you know what they're going to argue, though? They're going to argue that, well, there was an amendment made to the Constitution that allowed Mustafa Raji to run, and whatnot. But listen, this is a very crazy and unfortunate situation. But again, we can't apply a standard on one person and the same standards that I apply across the country. I'm not even focused on elephant. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is ridiculous.
Right, so that's what I think is. Look. I think there is some discrepancy here in that law. I think there is some kind of dishonesty. There are some kind of like the comment may have, people. Some of those in the key decision making process are probably supporting the incumbent, because what I see here tonight, or what I listened to here tonight, I see deception here as well. So I think the lawyer that came on, or what he is, I have a lot of reservation about what he said here tonight. A lot of reservation, because it's a lot of contradiction. You see, you got criminals in the LFA right now.
Of course,
people who have been convicted of different stuff. And then you're trying to make law. You insert a new law. You did not even come clean to say where the crime is committed. You didn't say Liberia. This is Liberia. We're talking about Liberia. So if the Liberia Football Association, that law should apply directly to Liberia. But this man didn't commit a crime in Liberia. He served his time in the U.S. Why should you punish him? Why should you be making the law? You're not clear on the law. By the time this man applied, then you would say, oh, you know what? Anyway, you commit crime, then you can't run. That's some of the discrepancy, we see in that. I think they're not. I don't think the lawyer did any good here tonight, because he just confused everybody. I'm confused.
said. But Mr. Cool, you gotta be careful, man. You gotta have a good team to fight your case because I don't know you. This is my first time meeting you, but it appears that those people want to fight you, and Mustafa already got his team in place, so you got to be strong. You got to find some good lawyer to fight your case. Yes, again, quickly on this one, Cole, we actually thank you for coming tonight. It's 9 p.m. It's 1 a.m. in Liberia, 9 p.m. here at Eastern Time. And trust me, we want to hold you up. But what I can assure you and reassure you is that we are going to remain engaged with this. We're going to bring you back to have the discussion, to have your side of the story told to the Liberian people. And
but the election is on the 18th, right? Or the 19th?
No.
No. They say they have.
There can be election on the 18th because
there can be election on the 18th.
They can't. They have to reopen the electoral process.
Yeah, that's what the chair said. He said,
and the time have to be given.
Okay.
And then so we're looking at a month or a month and a half from now.
What I'm going to do also.
Please, somebody on the line quick. They want to say they're going to be quickly.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, you got 1 minute. 1 minute. Ahead, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you quick. This is Emmett Bly, right? I think all of you listening to the election chairperson first, you listen to the chairperson explaining the statutes. It's just the election commission chairperson with just a responsibility to go and conduct elections, but he was defending the statutes. Like he was part of the people that created the statutes. He even said that Mustafa inherited the portion of the amendment. Mustafa signed on the amendment in July 2018. So you come to defend something that you don't even know about. You listen to him also, he's talking about the convention issue. We're talking about that the convention issue, he said he cannot declare why it's constitutional or not constitutional. But he said, if you deny it, the person for only a club is, you are infringing on the constitutional right. So if you look at what the constitution says, and you look at what the constitution says about ownership of property, that's the same. We are talking the same constitution. He tried to bring the election issue to the national election guidelines. All of the guidelines of the National Election Commission are in direct line with the constitution. It's not in contract. It don't contravene the constitution. So how will you make such comparison? I think Sonny is smelly. I think the integrity the election commission chairperson is talking about, he lacks it to have gone on the show and defend the statutes instead of talking about how you will conduct the elections. It sounds out different signal.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cole, we'll let you. It's 1 a.m. past 2. Past 1 a.m. in Liberia. So,
okay,
we're gonna open this issue. It's gonna be a rolling interaction with you, and so you tell yourself the story, and the rest of that. Unfortunately, you also have to engage the media and be more proactive in these things. Tell your story, say what unfolded. And I like what you did today on a serious note. You admitted that you had some issue here before and that issue should not be. And I want to think that I don't want to reawaken most of the situation that unfolded in Liberia. We have other people that are in very high places in the Liberian government that committed other things in this country. But what we know, that would not honor the jurisprudence of the Liberian system. It didn't happen in the middleweight of the Republic of Liberia. So should that, by any chance, extend to you? I don't want to think so. Many of us, we have our own bad side of things. And then that, for me, I hate to judge people on the basis of what you've done. And particularly, Rawa said this, you have all paid for what you did. You served the time. And you said, yourself brought it on the show. No one is standing up. So, I mean, and you're him. And it was business with people that you were involved with and happened the way it happened. It turned to be some level of and you pay the price for that. Should that be the basis of your denial in terms of going on local lines? So they are the basic of those electoral criteria or criterions, if you will, set by them. It should not be by any chance moving on this. But we'll allow you use a few minutes and close. And then we'll open the prospect that if you are available, we're going to bring him on Monday. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring Councilor Myean on Monday so that we get the basis of the guideline. We won't get all of the guidelines. And by tomorrow,
I will bring a legal person on
yeah.
too.
Then by Tuesday, if possible, you have another legal, we can share that. By Tuesday, we want to spread. We'll do that and share this, and then we'll bring you back Tuesday or Wednesday to have another discussion. But what I want to encourage you before you close is for you to, now that the court said what the court said today or yesterday or whenever the court said that, is if they open the issue of application, send your application immediatly.
Absolutely.
But you have to have application in to debate the issue. So, but take this time and close. Then after we'll wrap it. We'll close up after you.
Okay. Just before I close, I would just like to say this. Thank you guys again once more. But there's a key issue. This key issue I want to leave it on the decks before I go. People say don't take football matter to court. So what we did, our team submitted a proposal to amend the statute, which is the right thing to do. They say you should have 26 signatures. We had 26 signatures. When the FA received it, the FA sent us a communique and said that we cannot, 2 or 3 of the people withdrew their signature, which was a lie. And we appealed the decision of the FA. The appeal committee ruled in our favor that there was no evidence of withdrawal of signatures. So they should call that extraordinary Congress so that stakeholders can vote that they should remove that criminal conviction clause from the statute. What the FA did, after the appeal committee ruling, the FA disbanded the appeal committee because they don't want that clause removed. They don't want Kehleboe to be on the ballot. Mustafa Raji is not trying to go to this election with Kehleboe, period. So this is not just an act of stopping a Liberian from contesting constitutionally. It constitutes a lot of act. It's like an act of racism, discrimination. We understand the fact that we committed crime. It's truth. We are not hiding it. We did. I get one common thing I say to everybody. I said the only person that hasn't committed crime is the one they haven't caught.
No, I haven't committed no crime. I haven't committed no crime yet. They haven't caught me and I haven't committed no crime yet.
Okay. I'm speaking for the majority then. I'm speaking for the majority then.
You lied before?
I just had a I lied.
You just the person I said catch the first stool. You want to catch that stool?
So at the end of the day, it's like Mustafa Raji want to keep punishing us for the wrong that we did, for one wrong that we did. All I'm asking for,
they want to
open the process. Let's go to the ballot. Yeah. You claim you have done so well for Liberian football. What are you afraid of the ballot box? If you honestly did so well, the electors will elect you.
But the fear that you will spend your
he will be there 12 years.
That you're going to use cash violence. Their fear, I think that the fear is that you're going to use
the idea that you say is fear that we use cash violence. The idea that they would think that we use cash violence, and that's an insult to stakeholders.
Yeah.
What are you trying to tell the people? You are insulting. You are speaking to their integrity. That is, they will take money and give out the process.
But also
that's an insult to stakeholder.
And the system is flawed. Yeah.
That is not what we are talking about. You cannot be telling stakeholders to vote for you and be insulting them at the same time saying Kehleboe will use cash violence to steal the process. No. That is not what we are thinking of. We believe that stakeholders believe in us. Mustafa Raji just said 30 stakeholders endorsing a few days ago. He said 30 stakeholders endorsing. We have 50 delegates. If you get 30 stakeholders, it means you won an election. What are you afraid of? Let's go to the ballot box.
Exactly. You're right about that.
So what I will leave you people with and the listening audience, again, I say thank you all. Thanks to the listening audience. We'll be leaving for now, but Kehleboe remain resolute. I will get on that ballot. I will contest in this LFA election, no matter what, and I'm going to be your next LFA president. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming tonight,
man.
and we look forward to re-engaging you maybe in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so kindly.
Have a good night, man. Thank you for coming.
Folks,
it was great having you.
We'll start the closing. Closing issue now is past 9. I don't think so.
Fanta, you not change again?
I had to pray. I don't work for Sunday. Sorry.
So okay, wait for Sunday.
You find like no that Peabody like we need to find Pewee. Pewee left 14 business. So every day.
No. I said okay, wait for Sunday. Sunday we
every day you must work. He started with me today. You're not here. We need to find.
You know, it's very good thing about it today. You see, Fanta was very measured, right? The guess maybe if he felt in Fanta good hand because Fanta was not thinking. Fanta concern was one man was run from more than 3 times. Our concern. Yep. So you saw what you keep on right. So as a result, the guess he spared the guess today because she said no. The guy is being taking advantage of. No,
to tell you like I was conflicted. I wanted to hold him like for his conviction, but then I'm like, wait, like because at the end of the day we have to be truthful. Do Liberia and any other country share judicial system and liabilities? Right? Like we know you will have that stigma when you commit a crime like elsewhere you come to Liberia, that stigma will be on you. But that stigma, right? Like that's not you've not been, truthfully speaking, you've not been committed of a crime in Liberia. And if they're holding you for that, but then the system is also not integrous, it's also very corrupt. How can you justify it?
Quickly before you continue, the only time I think the Bureau and this country and other country will have that if for say he was a fugitive from here, then the Liberian government would have been on the obligation on the extradition treaty.
Okay.
Back. But he served his time already.
Right.
Already punished. Yeah, so it can't be double. Right. So to hold him on as is something under the law called double jeopardy, if you will.
Double jeopardy, exactly.
Yes.
So we have to be very truthful about these things, and that was my conflict, and I kept saying from a moral stance, like I think you're questionable, but you have served your time. What the justification that they're using, the prohibition was where I just could not side with them. You can't say he because he's committed a crime, but not in Liberia, so therefore he's not eligible. But then you're also justifying that someone should have 3 terms in a democratic process. Then what are you voting for?
Yeah, you're giving somebody 12 years to do what? You don't have anybody else to come there? Nobody else?
Not even just for him aside. Like
that Peabody, when it comes to sports administration, is not democracy.
But then what are you voting for?
No. I disagree, Safa.
No, okay, let me rephrase it.
It is democracy.
It's not a democracy we think. It's an old boss network democracy.
Exactly.
It's
so it's the key holders.
I can see the case going to the Supreme Court.
Okay, come in. Let me give you the number of Peabody. FIFA, the president for FIFA, the guy from Brazil, he was FIFA president from 1974 to 1998, and he was getting re-elected. Old boy, he wasn't a dictator. He was getting. But what they exposed the corruption in.
For that angle, I agree. You definitely for that angle. If the democratization thing you're talking, if you fix it that way, I will agree, and I agree to that.
It's an old boys network.
It's an old boys network. I agree to that, and they ought to. And I agree also with part of the thing what Fata was saying.
That's how it works. So when they sit there,
if you challenge the system, there they come after you.
Yeah, that's what they do. They penalize you, and they are so corrupt.
FIFA does. Even CAF does.
CAF.
Exactly. Look at what they did there, like with the African Cup. Who does that?
So
you imagine most of somebody in the jail, even in this country, about they've seen football.
But in honest, you gotta be a rugged scientist. But in fact,
he was there from 1998 to 2015. And he was getting voted. He didn't say no election. They will go to Congress and they will vote him.
Yeah, but you know the guy then he anointed the guy.
Yeah.
He had to bless him.
Wow.
When Musa said FIFA president, I wanted the job behind Musa. What happened?
It was 15 years ago. I bet they went to the CAF Congress. They wanted to get on committees. But because they challenged the status quo,
They didn't get on no committee.
Wow.
If you challenge the status quo, all boys network.
In the Supreme Court, like, bro, because I can tell, no, from all indication, I can tell that they're trying to put, because they keep stressing on, he might register first, go apply. They may apply. I want to hold with.
No, but he apply. Because he don't have a case.
He apply.
But Tomalin, if you don't apply, if you don't play the game, you can't say the man will cheat you.
Yeah, that's true.
So let him go apply.
One thing I know.
Have standing.
One thing I know we close in now. One thing I know is that the Supreme Court, we may all have issues sometimes with the way to do things. The Supreme Court would not deny this guy the right in Liberia for committing crime here.
No,
I know that for the court. If this case was to go in the Supreme Court, he's going to win it on the basis of that. I wonder now. Yes, Mustafa Raji, the same way the last time he won on the post. They have to talk to other people to back out.
Look at that.
It cannot be the line. Now, if he were to go in the race with the guy, this guy got one of the best football team. He understands football mobilizations. So, and the fear is the belief. He got some resources. He can deploy the resources to campaign strategically. So that's the point. So that's the fear. In terms of the election,
you got a former minister. You can spoil on the phone. You want to.
My man, we're coming close. In terms of that, let the man come as guest. Let the man come as guest. No, let the man come as guest.
Who are we talking about? Honorable Zoga Wesi?
We'll come as guest.
Okay, we'll give.
I tell the minister a little too.
That period was still good.
Like Sylvester on fire tonight.
No, this man was minister. You must play. Let him come as guest.
He'll come as guest next time. We'll give.
It's open.
We all need to go. I want father for in trouble with. Gotta go.
You got a quality business.
I saw your posting today about Mr. Cole being on your show. And
is that the voice of my dear friend, the illustrious former minister, the illustrious former
minister, please, Yoga Wilson, former minister of Youth and Sports.
One of Liberia best goalkeeper ever in history.
So fans. Yeah. No,
don't get a minister of pepper.
So fans. No, understand.
When I call out the minister will hold me contempt.
You're going to trouble.
I think it gets boy to you.
Let the minister go ahead. Go
ahead, minister. We'll hold you for 5 minutes, please.
Basically, I thought this whole code issue with Mr. Cole, it was just a waste of time. Because what the coach said today is something that is fundamental to every Liberian. Even on the national level, the national elections, every Liberian has a right to contest once you meet the criteria they set. And all the coach said today to reaffirm that look, he's a Liberian, he's a former LFA vice president, he's current member of the LFA, he has a right to contest the election. I was clear, not because the court said besides that. So the question is, why did you have to go to court? There's a process. You want to be part of the process, register, submit your document. There were deadlines set for registration. He did not register. He ran to court. Why you went to court for? For the court to tell you that you have your right to run, to contest the elections? Such a waste of time. And besides that, these things are violation of FIFA statute. FIFA frown on third-party involvement in football matter. That's why you see around the world, especially in Africa, it is very difficult these days for government to inject yourself into football activity like it used to happen many, many years ago. And I think the Minister of Youth and Sport 2008 had a serious problem
with the election. Musa Belete was leaving. I did not inject myself into it. I met both sides, tried to see how they will mitigate the situation. And there were local heads, FIFA came in, FIFA met with the team and said, look, there's a particular statute that was ambiguous. You all need to call an extraordinary section to resolve the matter. And exactly what Musa Belete did, he called an extraordinary section. The clause that were having the problem in the statute, they fixed that. And they went, after that, Musa Chana decided to leave the race, and the process went smoothly. Mr. Cole has his right to contest this election. He should register to get involved in the process. But there is something he tried to get from the court, because he knows he may be stranded somewhere in the process. So you get in the court before, no, go to FIFA. You get a problem with football, go to FIFA. Don't get the coach involved. At the end of the day, if this thing drags up, Liberia will get penalized.
Yeah,
and
but
we all sit out here and put our hands on the head.
But Mr.
It's not necessary.
Mr. Let me just interrupt you quickly. But from all indication, because it seems right now you don't have to be a rocket scientist. It seems as though that they want to stop this man when he applied. When he applied for the main ineligible to contest. For always.
So when you say they want to stop it, there's somebody want to stop it, or there's a statute that may stop it?
What statute? The statute that
Let the man apply.
It may going to apply. But
until he applies, we don't know what's
Dopoh is vice president. So why that statute not holding? Why he holding to?
Yeah, but why Dopoh crime? War. He on the war crime. Okay, but the ambassador to the UN, the ambassador to the UN is on the TRC report too. Is that a crime to be on the TRC?
But that's the thing. Like,
that's the
this
problem.
whole system is flawed.
Is that a crime?
The whole system is flawed.
I mean,
hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Supreme Court tried the TRC report. You got to be clear.
We're trashing.
Your football,
the Supreme Court tried the TRC report.
I don't want you telling the public that somebody wants to disqualify people. People get disqualified in the electoral process if there's a particular rule that you violate. Nobody go out there intentionally. Mr. Kwon was vice president when the statute was there before he came to the United States. He's back to Liberia. The statute was there all along. He's been in Liberia. Okay, so now he wants to run, and he knows that there will be something problematic on him. He's now raising all the issues around here to affect Liberian football.
But is it valid or is not valid? Is the statute valid or is not valid? It's been amended for other reasons. So can they amend this one?
What?
Why go ahead, man?
They just had a Congress. They just had an LFA Congress a month and a half ago.
Listen. LFA extraordinary section is the section you go to do the amendment. The section was held. Mr. Kwon and his group, they failed to meet the required vote for any amendment.
Nobody
the
did.
Minister of Defense attended that section.
But they said, they said that after the committee recommended that they remove that clause and then they disbanded the committee.
Yeah.
Don't say that. You must.
No, that's not true.
Do the amendment at the extraordinary section. Any amendment done there. He did not have the required votes. In fact, this is what they did. When they submitted their list of all the clubs that signed on a petition for the amendment, the committee received it. The FA placed call to all, there were 20 clubs. They placed call to all the clubs, including with the rule, to find out whether they were aware of this petition because their signature were affixed to it. Guess what? 5 of the club presidents said they were not aware of that. That had the still shot.
Mr. Minister, can you come on tomorrow, hopefully?
Right, yeah. Go.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I think
show.
Yeah, tomorrow evening, we can come and discuss the issue.
Yeah, it's important. Tomorrow Friday, because I spoke, we talked about it. I want to surmise that you are a passionate supporter of the current president. Is that correct?
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Okay.
I know I've done my video. I'm supporting it all along because I know you do my football.
I've been for long ago. I've seen many LFA presidents, and he's the best so far.
Okay, yeah. Also, someone just told me, Jana, you gotta bring him on because you one of those that are really supporting and rooting for him to be to. Yeah. But do you think there's this concern? Well, some of our panelists been pushing this out here. Do you also believe that it's not a good thing to have one person that perpetually being at the helm of that institution now going 12 years? Do you think? Well, the
issue here is that if the rule allows you to run 3 times, it is nothing against the rule. Unless
no, but the rule, but it doesn't mean that the rule is right. That means that rule needs to be changed.
Oh, hold on now. See, hold on now. There are rules. Listen to me now. There are statutes, and there are rules to amend the statute. The same way in Liberia, there are processes to amend our constitution. If the constitution says a president can run for 3 terms, you want to change that rule, you amend the constitution for the process. If people feel that running for being there, they start to provide a 3rd term. So if they don't want that, you go to an extraordinary session and change the rule. You don't be making noise about somebody committing a crime.
But you be on the outside now, says you're not part of the government. I'm asking like your independent perspective. Do you think it's fair to have one person be ahead of that organization for 12 years while you have a country that is 80% youth?
Hold on now. The decision made by LFA are the stakeholders.
No, I'm asking you. Since you've been past leader, I'm just asking you.
I'm telling you, I would say yes, because if those who are still there agree to the rule, I say yes. That's the rule. They are stakeholders. I'm not a stakeholder. You are Minister of Youth and Sport. I will not stakeholder.
Before we let you go, before we let you go, should Mr. Kassé be allowed to contest?
Say that again.
Should Mr. Kassé could be allowed to contest this
if
coming
election? If Mr. Kassé apply and the rule that exists qualify him, he can contest. If he disqualified based on rule, they disqualify. Because we also have rules.
But the same rule as this time for Mr. Minister, and he won as vice president when you were Minister of Youth and Sport.
No. He wasn't vice president then. No, that was before that.
I said vice president, Minister of Youth and Sports.
But is the same rule correct?
He was not there.
Did he win on the same rule?
Yeah, he won on that rule.
Then why not want to use the same rule to stop him from extending to the
No, but people, you got to tell me wrong. When he won that rule, he wasn't convicted.
He won that rule. He won that rule. When he came to Liberia, to America, that way he got in a problem. But he was vice president. He got elected on the same rule, on the same status.
Okay, he wasn't convicted when he won.
Yeah.
I take that correction. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, but
he came back to Liberia. He did into football more than 3, 4, 5 years now. And he has a key in the league.
Yeah, we know this. We know this.
Come back tomorrow.
Mr. Minister, quickly before you go quickly, do you think Liberian citizens that are outside of the country and not committing crime within the bitterwood of Liberia should be also punished by extension in Liberia in terms of any contestation, if you will?
You say, wait, repeat your question.
Those that, for instance, committed crime outside of Liberia, should they be punished in Liberia for crime that they committed outside of the bitterwood of Liberia?
Well, it depends on what the Liberian Constitution says towards that. And when it comes to organization, it depends how they study all the organization rules. It's funny. If they say if you have a criminal record, and they don't qualify to say if you have a criminal record in Liberia or also in Liberia, if that is not qualified, then you need to open the interpretation. They mean that once you have criminal record, you get it is a blanket statute.
Yeah, but the Liberian Constitution is clear that criminal record will be known as violating the Liberian Penal Code, criminal code. That is the criminal, because the Constitution is, and that's why when the lawyer was saying that I didn't want to challenge him because I'm now a lawyer, so sometimes we have to hold on our peace on this one and see. And tomorrow what I'm going to engage a lot of other lawyers to see this. Article 2 is clear. Any law notwithstanding that is contrary to the Constitution is null and void. And so the Constitution, so any law now was saying, so if you have to go set a rule, electoral rules with the LFA that will contravene or that is totally outside of the Constitution is telling us no. So that is clear. So would you read the Constitution and learn something?
Let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. If I run your company in Liberia, if I run your company in Liberia and I set a guideline and say, have you ever been convicted before? And you say yes, and I don't employ you, am I violating your constitutional right?
You're running your personal company.
But I see the LFA.
No, LFA is for the people of Liberia.
The LFA is personal.
No, it's not personal.
It's for the people of Liberia.
Who the people?
The Liberia Football Association. The Liberia Football Association.
Who's the Liberia Football Association? Who's the Liberia Football Association?
The Liberian people.
No. The teams.
The people. Yeah, but it's not a personal entity.
It's owned by the teams.
But it's not a personal entity.
People are not there.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you this much. This thing you're playing with, it will lead it will still getting third party involved. FIFA approved every statute of federation. FIFA own statute had a C clause in it about criminal record. It has it. It's FIFA law. FIFA approved everything by every federation. That's why FIFA said no third party.
But if that's the case, then a lot of FIFA leaders should not be eligible to lead because most of them got criminal records. FIFA is corrupt. We know that.
No. Stop it.
That FIFA is not corrupt?
There's a difference.
No, but is FIFA corrupt or FIFA is not corrupt?
Can you let me speak?
Well, a yes or no question, Papi.
I want to speak, but give me a chance.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You know what I mean?
Sorry, go ahead.
FIFA had the issue of corruption in FIFA, no doubt about it. Sepp Blatter is a living example. But he was serving when the corruption case came up. Right now, anybody running for FIFA presidency and you get criminal record, you will not make it because the statute is clear. It's a different when you're in a position and you're getting corruption, and when you're not in a position, you want to contest. FIFA frowned on a FIFA statute as well. And FIFA approved of all the statute for the federation because they are the governing body for football. And now FIFA is very clear. No third party. You saw the letter from FIFA. You get a problem with your federation, you take it to FIFA. FIFA has a process to get everybody equal and fair trial. You ask Mr. Cassette, why is he circumventing the FIFA process going Liberian coach? And if we don't take the thing carefully, FIFA will ban Liberia and we put our head on our head. Don't watch my word.
So listen, Minister, this is your dear little brother, Robert. Listen,
little brother.
I concur. Yeah, that's my big brother. But listen, I concur with you, right? That I don't want FIFA to ban Liberia, and that's my worry. That's my worry, and I think this is where serious leadership comes in. I think that I will commend the current Minister of Youth and Sports. I think she has initiated that discussion between both parties to see how this thing can be resolved within the confines of FIFA laws with regard to taking football matters to the court. I really do, and I'm hoping that Kaseko and his team can understand. Liberia could face serious penalty, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want Liberia to be banned from international football. I don't want that. I think that's going to further hurt the current developmental process that we have, especially with our national team. So I'm hoping that some very powerful voices can really get involved to see how we can resolve this matter. But the bigger issue here is, I think, it's the hypocrisy in our system. And I'm not going to limit this to Liberian Football Association because we all know that criminals have ran the institution for many years. We know that criminals are running bigger institutions in Liberia, where LFA depend on them for natural resources. The government, for instance, owns the national team of Liberia via the Ministry of Youth and Sports. LFA is also a responsible body for the Liberia national team. And they depend on the government support. There are criminals that are running these institutions. And so I'm all for us holding this high level of integrity. I'm all for it. My problem is I think it's important that all of these institutions, especially public institutions, that are one way or the other, directly or indirectly, owned by the Liberian people. You know, LFA CFI is not a private entity. LFA is the Liberian Football Association, and so if they have a rule that does not support the candidacy of folks who have committed crimes in or out of Liberia, then I think we need to go back and take a look at our constitution and what it says. And I think this is part of the reason why this is at the Liberian court. Does this rule infringe upon the right of a Liberian citizen, right? And I think the part of the reason why Kaseko does not want to go to FIFA court is because he fears that this may not go his way as opposed to a Liberian court. So this is going to be bad for our country. But I think the hypocrisy is what kills me. If you have people who are in higher positions, and these people who are in these higher positions are financial, they stand as financial resources to the national team and the LFA, right? If these people, these criminals who have committed crimes outside of Liberia, and there are people who have committed crimes in Liberia, heinous crimes in Liberia, we're not doing nothing with them. They are free to go and hold public offices. We're paying them thousands of dollars.
In a minister coming tomorrow. I will point tomorrow.
You know, thousands of dollars. You know, so I think this is the issue we must address as a country. I think this is bigger than elephant, and I think we need to start thinking beyond this elephant thing. And I think there should be a national conversation about how do we deal with criminals, whether crimes are committed in Liberia or outside of Liberia that have interest in seeking public offices. Period.
Thank you. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll give you 30 seconds to close, then we all can move. Because it's past 9:30 now. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I want to thank you guys for bringing me on tonight at 11 hours. And tomorrow, if you want me to come on, I will avail myself to come on for to discuss the issue. But again, I continue to say that the interest of Liberia must come from the personal interest with this issue. And mark my word, if we don't tread carefully, they're going to ban Liberia, and we also like those who supporting bad behavior. We state in Liberia, we talk about people corruption, government officials corrupt, but yet they say other people want to support somebody who have a criminal record, and you think it's okay. No, it's not okay to change the rule for that person. No, it's not okay for me. I don't know Kase, to be very frank. I never met him before. If I know him, I got nothing personal against him. I'm just looking at the fact that the rules are the rules. If you benefited from the same rule yesterday, don't try to fight the rule because you find yourself at a different length of the whole process. That is not fair to our country. That's why I will thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I think...
Yeah, we got to close.
Robert, let me get one point for Robert. Sports governing body in the country are owned by the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the team. It's not the nation that owns it. The Liberia Football Association is owned by the stakeholders at the different clubs, first, second, third division. It's not the Republic of Liberia that owns it. 50 years ago, that's how it was. When FIFA morphed into a franchise entity, that's why the LFA deals with FIFA. Yes, they get government assistance, but they get the guardians and the blessings from FIFA. I think so. I said it. So the Football Association, like the Basketball Association, is owned by the stakeholders and the honor FIBA, Federation International Basketball Association. These sports associations are owned by the stakeholder, the teams. That's why when they go to Congress, they don't go to the citizens and say, find delegates. The stakeholders send delegates to the Congress. It's not owned by the people. It's owned by the team.
So here is what I would say to that, though.
There's a big difference.
Yeah,
the people don't decide. The teams are the one that decide how that
body
Well,
wrong.
I agree with you.
Thank
But
you.
one would argue. Let me just close here on this note, please. But one would argue that the very LFA manages the Liberian national team. The Liberian national team is FIFA. LFA does not own the Liberian national team. The Liberian national team is owned by the Liberian people, and this is the reason why the president of Liberia is considered chief spokesman of the Liberian national team, right? And so, one way or the other, indirectly, LFA has something to do with the public, because they manage something that belongs to the public. The Liberian national team does not belong to stakeholders. The Liberian national team does not belong to teams. The Liberian national team belongs to the people of the Republic of Liberia, including stakeholders. So one way or the other, when there are rules that affect a Liberian citizen, and those who lead the LFA are Liberian citizens, they're not foreigners. They don't come from out. They are Liberian. So when these things are happening, that has to do with a Liberian who has committed a crime. All I'm saying is, I think we should go beyond LFA and look at how do we deal with criminals.
Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Let me ask you a simple question.
Would you agree? Would you agree that the LFA is considered a public office?
No, it's not a public. Wait, you mean public office? Why you say more public?
Is the LFA president a public figure?
Well, he's a public figure, but not a public office. That's a private entity. That's a private entity. A CEO of a bank can be a public figure.
It's a private entity from the perspective of
it's a private
not being part of the government.
Robert, let me tell you something.
It's a private entity from that perspective.
You can't be competing. I come with you. Let me finish the point. You can't be competing with global thing, and you got a set of rules. Let me tell you something. When you say the president is the chief patron, all that thing, is because we operate on patronage. We do not have an economy to support our team.
No, it's not unique to Liberia. Absolutely not. It's not unique to Liberia. That's the reason why Pierre Congo president recently rewarded his players a lot. I'm just saying because he operates as a chief patron of sports.
Pierre Congo is just as poor as Liberia. Look at European team that have vibrant economy.
The Ghanaians do the same thing. The Ghanaians do the same thing. The Nigerians do the same thing.
I say Africa. That's the problem. Africa got. We look for patronage. When the advanced country, they don't need a president. They don't need a government. They run a vibrant FA. They run a vibrant team because they got a vibrant economy, and that's the problem we have.
Probably when I have the time tonight to say this,
that's what I'm saying.
So quickly,
got a vibrant economy.
I go to Father close.
You look in the front. I come to you look at the English national team. You didn't need a prime minister or the British government for money. They raise billions.
But they support the national team.
Yeah, they say raise billions, but those leaders.
Okay, let me close. So to wrap up all of this.
Yeah, close. Yeah, we gotta go. Actually, close.
They said a hint to a wise is quite sufficient. The lesson from all of this is that Liberia needs to stop being beggars. Africa needs to stop being beggars and identify more ways of establishing their sovereignty so that they are able to develop their individual guidelines and rules without influence from external organizations. Because once you have those influences, you will always have to be in adherence with them. You will always have to play by their rules. They will always have to dictate how you navigate, how you orchestrate, how you administrate. And oftentimes it will be biased to that entity's objectives. So we absolutely need to really start thinking very hard about moving away from those chains that have shackled us, frankly, for many, many years. And this is with every single sector. We were just talking about our fuel earlier, right? From the fuel industry to the agriculture to our health, everything is dependent. We are dependent on external entity for influence, for guidance, because we beg for funding. So it is a stark reminder that we should continue to hold our leaders accountable. We should continue to question the rules that on the book and frankly push those stakeholders to determine whose interests are you serving? Are you serving the interests of a few? Are you serving the interests of the external? Or you're serving the interests of the people? Because no one can justify, nowhere in the world can they justify it is legitimate for one person to serve 3 terms, and then you call that a democracy. But it's not quite a democracy. It's a type of democracy where you have boys in the old guards club
who are gatekeepers to this democracy, then is it really a democracy? And it's the same thing with our elections, right? It's supposed to be free and fair, but is it really free and fair when you have people dilly and dallying and making deals behind the scene unknown to the public? And the public often are the ones on the other end of all of this. So this is much bigger than just LFA or football or what have you. This is reflective of our entire nation. And so it is incumbent upon us to continue to push back and question these systems and hold these people accountable and not let them get away with it because they're our friends, our compadres, or our stakeholders, or what have you. They can't twist their ways around it. We have to hold them accountable. If it makes no sense for you to amend the rules to reduce the qualification, you're talking about integrity. Then you're talking about reducing the qualification of a leader of an entire organization that manages millions of dollars to a high schooler.
Can a Ghanaian become a president of the private entity, the LFA, CFA?
Thank you. Tumani, you have the last one.
Yeah, okay. So let's just as a people and
Somebody, I beg you.
Yeah, I've got to go, Sefa, please.
I come here. People, I won't close my closing. After the 1994 World Cup, Nigeria signed one of the highest sport endorsement deal with Nike. And then Brazil signed one of the highest ever. Right now, Tomalin, I seen the link. Brazil generates $100 million a year just from Nike, for Nike kit.
Wow.
That's a sponsorship. And one of the many sponsors. When you commercialize your entity, you don't go big in the government for money.
That's
all it comes down to. But the problem is that we are a poor economy, so we look for patronage.
You're real on that, and that's one of the reasons why Kaseko want to do.
What Kaseko want to do?
Bring money. We had this man there for 8 years. Nothing. They're bringing FIFA money. They're playing all that. But too many. Go ahead and close us.
Yeah, guys. The thing is that today we were on the elephant, but just quickly in my closing, I know today the House of Representatives discussed the issue about Yeke business. I don't know. I think for me personally, why we may have differences with how Yeke conduct himself, but I think they are treading on a dangerous path. They're in the business of just taking the law into their own hands. Okay, they just removed a speaker, now they come in trying to move another lawmaker, and all these things is not a good sign. Then today too, the Secretary General of the fastest growing party, the CMC, over Bangura, he resigned. But then when I look at the post by my sister, the Nima County Superintendent, then I started to draw some conclusion. I said, but then if the post is like, say, I'm in a strange land, it says he in a strange land. That means it appears now that he's moving towards the ruling party. Either he's going to go to the MGR, or which is the vice president leaning party. And we're hearing the vice president was influential in causing him to leave the MCMC. Which we're hearing is that, these are not good signs. Then the president, he put a hold on the taxes, the new taxes that was announced by the Tourism Bureau.
I support that.
Yeah. The problem is that what I noticed is that the government seems to be running out of money. And why? Because they're calling for them to session to print more band notes and so forth. I think we got to be careful. Our country is now heading in a different territory. Now, even though there's a ceasefire in the Middle East, but it would just happen automatically. It would take months or even a whole year or two before our gas price stabilizes. You see, today you saw in Tanzania, the president who tried to tell the car convoy, she's saying now they might cut her car convoy. She said, if you late, you might take commercial car and come now. And even Senegal doing it, South Africa doing it, other countries are doing it. So Liberia too, looking what our president will call is convoy too, and our official government will cut down the convoy. But we should be looking at these signs. They are troubling signs. The signs that we're hearing what happened in the country is troubling. We're open our eyes and see what happened. Now, if you decide to expel or suspend a lawmaker in the coming weeks, what will be the outcome of it? What will happen? Would the opposition allow it to happen? Would they sit down and let it happen? I'm hearing that the opposition are already rating ECOWAS, the European Union, and the UN about complaining about the new commission chairman. expressing their concern about it. So these are things that we are monitoring. The president is on the way to the U.S. as we said yesterday. We want to see how much person you bring on a trip and so forth. Because it's serious, gentlemen. It's serious.
We're talking about economic issues and the president is taking trip.
These are things, yeah, but
does that make sense to you? You're cutting down. You're supposed to be cutting down. Must the president come to the U.S.?
No, right. The president still have to travel on our behalf.
The president has to travel. The president has to travel.
And then also too,
the other thing I wanted to do is bring down the delegation. You don't bring a very
interesting thing today.
It's always going to be the president.
The former minister of commerce was indicted today. I'll follow that case.
Yeah, I slip on. We have to highlight that sometime next.
Yeah, we'll indicted today, and we'll follow that case. We want to find out what happened.
Indicted by this guy from this after recovery thing, right?
Yeah, I saw a press conference when he indicted her today. So now she'll be before the LCC now. I mean, going to the they haven't the LCC yet, but they as a recovery now going to go after her and they're going to make their case approved. Let's see what happens. But
they say $1.8 million.
What specifically they're accusing her for again?
So they're accusing them of she and 6 others of misappropriating the amount of $1.6 million.
Yeah, the small business fund.
Small business fund. You know, the Minister of Commerce.
SBA.
Received this grant from the World Bank, and it's part of the money, and is also meant to give to small businesses so that you build the capacity. It's the issue about promoting the liberalization policy, and that money was meant to go to. So, but again. That's what they say. So they will have to go prove that in court. So if you want to indict someone, meaning you have all of the necessary prima facie to go to court. So we're to see those things.
But you think, from what you see, you think they got a strong case against the former Minister of Commerce and others?
Tony, I will be very unfair. I will be very unfair to come and say if the guy has strong case.
Because it seems as though the government have lost all the cases.
It would be very unfair for me to come out. That's what I would say. It would be very unfair for me to come out to say the case is strong. But I work with Myean Diggs, former Minister Diggs, before when she served as Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know her to be someone that is detailed, someone that is meticulous, somebody that is very accountable. Right, so if and only if something went wrong, that I can. But again, for her stewardship at the time of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and when she presided over the then renovation process to give the ministry fifth leave and other things, there was some level of transparency that she exhibited at that institution. So, if you will, I will look from that perspective. But when she went to the Ministry of Commerce, I haven't seen anything whatsoever in terms of evidentiary, right, that they would gather against or that would prepare them to go to court again. But the only thing I would say, the guy that is doing that thing himself is notoriously very allegedly corrupt, and the rest of that. So,
but you know something? I'll say this though. Let me say this though. I gotta run, gentlemen. I gotta run. I heard that.
Yeah, right. The guy.
Exactly. But let me say 2 things before I go to CFR. Hold on for a second. Let me say 2 things before I go. You know, these guys are these guys are being paid. This is a special session that the president called for them to discuss serious matter. And I was shocked that they spend a lot of time talking about Yeke. This is not the purpose for which they were called back to the early session.
So
see, this is very troubling, and these are some of the things that the Liberian people are not paying attention to. Sometimes we act so stupid. The president called a special session to discuss issues that are very, very important to the safety and the well-being of the Liberian people. And these guys are using that time to discuss something totally irrelevant or contrary to what they were called on. And so that's very concerning. 2, I support the president's suspension of the Liberia National Tourism Authority fees. You know, this is embarrassing. You know, Sylvester, I'm not sure if you remember. The other day when the chairman of the board of the Liberia National Tourism Authority was on here, I questioned his qualification. And I just didn't do that. I didn't do that because I was trying to be disrespectful. I did that based on the things he said. It was evident that this guy does not know what he's doing, and it
But
speaks to.
you saw the nonsense he said about bidding that place, no money.
But I already knew. Yes, but where are we now? They were supposed to do. Where are we with that? But CFA, I wanted you to stay because you see these are things that we do in our country. And let me say something. I'm not speaking because I have a degree in business management and hotel and tourism. I'm speaking and I know what I'm talking about because I have practical experience in operations, in drafting laws, and I understand how these things, in training, I understand how these things work. I can be sleeping, I can tell you how they're supposed to work, right?
VG.
We're talking about all of what is listed. Great. But you cannot do these things without addressing some of the concerns, like the monetization of TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and all of these different things that economically benefit the creative sector in our country. You will think that they will be having this conversation. Another thing that I found very troubling is that the Liberian National Tourism Authority, they are establishing inspectorate team that will do health inspection, that will do fire drill emergency. I mean, you don't have the expertise in this industry to make these determinations. You would think that these guys would start having serious conversation about collaborative effort. Your job is to create the environment where all of these bodies can function effectively. So if I'm the director general, I'm talking about, yes, there's a need for us to have health inspections when it comes to food handling, F&B handling. But how do we get the Ministry of Health involved? These things are done by our local health department. They're not done by tourism experts. We're not a health expert. We don't have the expertise to talk about a fire inspection. No, they are not. They're done by the local fire department. These are things we should talk about. How do we collaborate with the Ministry of Education on the issue when it comes to expanding education on tourism in the country? You don't have the expertise, and when you don't have the expertise, you have to have some common sense about how these things are done, how you lay the foundation. So when I see these things are happening, I want to be very clear. I think we should have an extensive conversation on what needs to happen. And I'm not going to deep dive into what needs to be done because my expertise are not for free. They're not for free. And I'm not going to consult on public radio for free. But there are simple things we can do right now to lay the foundation and lay the foundation right. And I will close here. Tomalin, do you know that even though Ghana made $4.8 billion last year in tourism revenue, do you know that Ghana is still facing some serious challenges when it comes to standardization versus quality? Do you know they're still facing some serious challenges when it comes to standards? But you know the reason why they're still thriving right now? They are thriving right now because they laid the right foundation. And if you lay the right foundation, you can thrive through challenges while work towards solving these problems. Okay. In our country, we have not laid the foundation, and we don't seem to have the right minds at the table making these decisions. I think the president have got to act quick. His envoy on tourism does not understand what he's doing. Flying business class and taking pictures does not suffice. It does not explain your experience in the area. I think it's an embarrassment that the president had to suspend an action. This is the first major action by the Liberia National Tourism Authority. And the kind of backlash it has gotten, I think it's an embarrassment to the leadership of that institution. And the quicker the president understands that it's important to recruit the right minds, forget Robert Garguah, I don't care. The government cannot pay me for my expertise. But it's important that we consult with the right people. There are thousands of folks out there to start laying the right foundation. If we don't do that, I'm telling you, in 2029, after this administration have been there for 3 years, it's going to be difficult for whoever gets there to go back and start all over again, to start laying the foundation the way it needs to be laid. Thank you. So I support the president's suspension.
Thank you, guys. We just want to call it a day. Tomorrow, we look forward to having the Friday edition. Hopefully, the former youth minister of Even Sport will be here and to support to talk about Sefana on the man because Sefana already supporting Mustafa Raji.
No, dude, I don't even know that man. I just know of him. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. I mean, I guess the thing with Kaseko is, yeah, he got money. So elaborate. Oh yeah, he got money. That point there. Okay, let's see your plan. Let's see your plan.
No. Beyond that, leave the issue about. But I don't think he's talking about money. I think he got some very brilliant ideas he tried to push out.
Yeah, you see great idea.
Let me be very honest here. Mustafa Raji and the rest of the folks been there for some time now. 8 years more than up to today. The young man stated here that some of our players too now die on the field. We don't have ambulance services there. Nothing whatsoever on the field. We don't have defibrillators and those things. We don't have most of them deployed. I mean, the players are not even local. They talk say they will be sick with malaria to go to local clinic. There's nothing of such as that. But that discuss it tomorrow. That
I mean, but when we used to go to SKD, they used to have National Fire Service there. They had ambulance there. Yes. So because the LFA doesn't have to own it. You can work with JFK, say game day, bring an ambulance and a team that will compensate you. Fire service will pay your people.
Exactly. Because you have to have the resources to do those things. But then the resources not there. So the young man say, okay, he's going to.
But do you guys know the history of a guy from
that will bring resources?
You see, let me be careful now. A guy called Patrick John from Dominican Republic. He was a convicted person and he served, and FIFA recognized the man.
When was that? When? What year?
1992.
Dude. All the people.
So that's what talking about FIFA.
Tomalin, you said 1992. Jet 2016, the federal government cleared FIFA. FIFA different right now.
Maybe FIFA under the jurisdiction of the federal government, yeah. They didn't do it.
No. You see that? Guess what? What the federal government did? So long you pass money through the U.S. banking system on a criminal activity, they can do you. That was happy.
So that went through the U.S. system. You can be held.
Patrick John was for the Dominican Republic. The man, the same thing they're trying to accuse the hold this man on. That the same thing that the man went through too.
Tomalin, I'm gonna tell you how people are corrupt. One of the most powerful.
Tomalin,
listen. One of the most powerful black guys in FIFA. They call him Jack Warner. You're from Trinidad and Tobago. That guy was FIFA mover and shaker. That country even get decent stadium, but he was God in that country. If you get on a basket, you know where that team jersey. This other guy from the Middle East, Ben Ahim. Those guys, those were the guys. Ben Ahim, they have one other guy in the USA, big jet refrigerator, they call him Glazer. That one look like never kicked lime in your life, but he was. You think the guy was? You know the guy was doing?
I tell you to know. If look, I think
if they like that Bishop Platini can be kicked away from football.
Even our man Ben Junan called. Ben Junan said, I had a different impression about you, but tonight, my perception about you changed. You see that?
Yeah, he got some prospects.
For us, we can just listen and ask questions. The guy, the people that are going to vote, the guy that click are going to vote. We don't put any, most of them bake in. They all voting their own personal interest. If I vote, you may be secretary general, put me on the committee, There you go.
All right, guys. Good night.
But in the meantime, the young man came back home. He had been very productive. The man formed a team. The team is doing well. I mean, he put in the Liberian football.
The man said his term already. We're punishing for crying.
Yeah, the man said 7 years. You come back, you still want double punish the man for what now? So the problem is.
Go apply, then you challenge him.
But the man will apply, but from what I see, listen to the commission chairman, listen to other people talking today. They won't hold the man on our stuff.
No. That's the other people say the youth export minister that
I gotta go to mine.
Yeah, but so what they do now, then let them open the process, let the man run.
They'll open it. They'll open it.
They'll
open it. Okay,
man. Bro, the thing is a different ball game.
So you're coming with fire tonight.
No. The man.
When the man came on the show, the man he said we asked the question. The man said yes. He brought it up. I want to join America.
But Tomalin, you can't minimize it like that, like the way he minimized it.
But some of that issue.
No. That's a test. That's a test of honesty. I'm not going to hold it. I wouldn't hear it against him because he minimized it. He say, "Oh, that was breach of contract." That not breach of contract.
No, but the man said, "In Labrador, you won't be in jail for that kind of thing."
Yeah. So Labrador coach is an assistant, right? You pay somebody. Look, Tomalin, go watch the video. The guy went to Liberia. The man videotaping. He showed a bag of fake gold and the bag gold lying down like that. Then guess what? The other man went there. He showed the man the same thing too.
My point is, the man served. He served his time.
I'm not going to, but you see, you shifting the argument.
No, but the issue involved is not about what he did now. It's about the man contesting. The man said, "Look, I want you."
And that's why I asked the lawyer. That thing should have been convicted of any crime. They didn't put that in Liberia, so they left it open for interpretation. You see why? I asked the lawyer that question specifically. You see, when people read the law, they don't just read the law, they leave it like that. They read it for a reason. And guess what? The man knew they were going to hook him on that. So he go to the court. Go apply, it'll use it on you. Then you can use the argument that I've did my time and it shouldn't be held against me in Liberia. Then take it to the Supreme Court. Then guess what? You see, in Liberia, we argue too much. If that man takes that into the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court say your crime is serving in America, doesn't apply in Liberia, guess what? That's precedent going forward. Nobody can argue on it no more. But we still argue on it today. You know what I mean? Then you go to court.
So, but I can see anything reaching to the Supreme Court.
But there's nothing wrong with going to court to go to the Supreme Court.
And it will rule that the man is eligible to run.
And guess what? And guess what? When you see, Tomalin, when the Supreme Court rule like that, lawyers don't just look at. Guess what? None of the lawyers can read. The Supreme Court will say your crime you committed in another jurisdiction doesn't apply to Liberia. So you are a free citizen in Liberia. Your rights are restored. Your rights are far in Liberia. Then it's law that anybody that convicted in other jurisdiction, you can Liberia, nobody can hold it against you. That's what I'm saying. So until then,
why you think people that even people that unsanctioned, anything unsanctioned there, they run Liberia and let them run and win still. So look, the thing for me,
no, but sanction is a political tool.
but the thing too, America punish you. So when you commit a crime, America, they put you in jail. They deport you. Then you go Liberia again. Myself, you go Liberia. Wait, you want to have another problem again there.
No, but so guess what? That why the court will determine when they go to the Supreme Court, the court will give a clear interpretation that once you get convicted on any jurisdiction outside Liberia, we can't hold you here for that. Once you come here as a free citizen, your rights are in place. So when the court decide on that, when the court decide on that, that whole clause there will only apply to people that have been convicted in Liberia. Because if I convicted outside, the Supreme Court already rules say they can't hold you for anything you did outside. You know what I mean? So now, for me, I think from what I see now, the whole thing is that they're trying to use that thing when the man apply tomorrow, apply to run. They will say, "Oh, the clause say you." Bro, that's why you go to the Supreme Court
interpretation.
You get clarification, and guess what?
But why you already say? He might go to people. No, people not court.
That one will figure that one. And guess what? The Liberian people will know that when the Supreme Court rendered that ruling, it's not only for Kaseko, it's for anybody going forward that get convicted in foreign jurisdiction. So we can argue again.
But I agree with that. If somebody committed a crime in America, you serve the time, you get deported. I think you are said you not committed that crime in Liberia. So American law, the American judicial system have taken that on you.
And they will go to the Supreme Court. The LFA law will get an argument. The man law will get an argument why he writes, why he temporarily writes because those crimes were not committed in here. So then
several Liberians in Liberia today, they are deportees. They are there. When you go to Liberia, you see them there. Someone in government and so forth. You see what they're doing in government. But they're working.
I wonder for you to post thing that Magna posted when Robert was arguing about LFA.
Oh, Magna can say what Magna said?
Magna posted that the LFA is a charter entity. These are charter entities. Magna posted the thing.
No, but do you know that? But also, Magna said, Siafa, you're right. The rule was lazily written. It didn't say if the crime had to be committed in Liberia or if the crime has to be an offense in Liberia. It's true. Now, that's why he's saying, Siafa, it is what we call is what a word is.
They left it open so they can catch anybody anytime.
So this why now Kessa will make the case or landmark case in the Supreme Court. That good thing. If they try to stop him, he will take it there because it's not fair. Let me frank. You can't serve 2 times. I mean, what's that? And look, let it open the thing. Let the man run. Let the man run. Let everybody run. Let the man run. So that thing is doing. We'll see what happens. But I mean, I think Kessa got great ideas. I mean, I'm not saying they're putting great ideas, but they are not saying it. So, but let me announce today, the Mustafa Rajid team, you are welcome to come in a closing argument. You are welcome. You are open. The platform is open to everyone. You want to come and make your case. You want to come and make your case and to counter whatever Mr. Kessa said. You are welcome to come. Closing argument is here. We are not going to stop you. We ask the same tough questions we asked, and we engage you. And let me also say, we did reach out to the Mustafa Rajid camp, reached out to the camp to invite them, and they said they had nothing to say much, but they watch. So they watch tonight. They are free to come and appear to counter what Mr. Kessa said, or so forth, or send anybody from the camp to come. They are free. Yeah. So we want to make it clear, but from what I see so far, I believe that Mr. Kessa might be given opportunity to contest. Then he run. The man got a team in the league. The man I invested a lot of money in his team. His team is doing well, flying the banner of Liberia in the international stage. When our traditional teams like Mighty Barrow, IE, they are all nowhere to be found. This man team is flying the Liberian flag overseas.
No, but slow down, bro. Slow down. The reason why Barrow I can be found that the same problem his team had before. Our sports in Liberia will live on patronage. He had that team before FC Facel. When he got in trouble, that team dissolved. You know that?
What the man team dissolved?
Yeah, totally. When he got in trouble, the team dissolved. Now when he came back, then he had to buy another team and change the name. You know that?
Somebody you are frowning every day on corrupt officials like bro, but tonight you are to put a convicted fellow and a deportee. The hypocrite is just astounding. Do you want Jala? Won't talk here about what we all talk here. We start talking about putting your government, you're not talking though.
So you gotta be careful when because he was vice president for operation when he got in that trouble.
You not take your own side. She support the she take your side. She not take your side.
I come and leave you, man. Thursday night. Let me go do some honeydew list.
I know, right? Oh, tomorrow Friday, eh?
Tomorrow Friday, man.
Okay, tomorrow, yeah. Eugene, the man ready to contest. The man team in the league doing well. All our team will have Barrow, Ice, and Joseph, Cedar, all of them. Barman, where are they? All of us, where are they today?
Because they all living on. Well, all of I mean, for all of us, they will always be there.
But Kassa also said tonight that he will bring new innovation into getting support for the team. The man can do it for his team. I mean, it's not working. For me, I want the best of Liberian soccer. I want the best. The man is saying that he can operate and make Liberia football improve outside what FIFA is doing. He said in 4 years, if he become president, and if Lunza don't go to the coronation, he'll resign. You see, I mean, these are big promises he's making, and I believe that we want to see Liberia go forward.
I see you, bro. Good luck.
Yeah, okay.
Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Cole.
No, you see now. Is it you? You see, Mr. Cole, you funny guy. don't laugh. Yeah, but that's it, man. We gotta help our Liberian, see what happened. But Jamal Jala, I can't mind you, my man. I'm not hypocrite. The other people can be your government official can be going on other platform where God convicted people there. Hey, you see that one, eh? The president is support. The vibe, all the people is supporting. Man, you see, but let's keep it to our last. Yeah, go there. You get support and you want to talk about hypocrisy. Man, I beg you, man. Your very president you got today, what are you talking about? When you not benefit from that? Don't talk of that, man. Your official government, all of them. Don't talk of that. Let me take my pink glasses here. You like to support bad behaviors, even in your inner circle, not surprising. So Eugene, would a bad behaviors inner circle are supporting now? Who? You're funny. Don't want that buy. I put in China, you go get emoji. Can't talk. We'll talk. Look, that be fair. We need to understand that we support people. The process should be open. Our terms will be open. We can't continue to be like this. I mean, it's true. 2002, Lone Star have now qualified for no international competition. The simple thing as a couple nation, and we still playing. No, man. I give Mustafa Raji credit. He played his part, but let him, if he feels that he have done well, let him compete with the man. Go for election. If people still want him, they will elect him. If not, they will elect a new person. For me, I want everybody to run. Forget about that clause there. The man shouldn't stop the man. That clause shouldn't stop the man from helping developing Liberian soccer. Can't do that, people. I'm only transparent people. Just open up. You all in the football, but you can't appear. The top of football one day. You all in the background. Anyway, you need business, but exactly, face electronic. You making a lot of sense. That's what the man was saying. In other countries, that the business people are supporting the sports industry. You got Kobe Bryant. That boy got a lifelong contract with Nike. That boy is rich for the rest of her life. Man became a billionaire after he died. Please, man. See, we have people then like we have people then like that was supporting IE and Barrow that will be there today. No. It's a problem we're having today. Anyway, tomorrow Friday. Let me get ready for the weekend. I go to work tomorrow. And okay, guys. How can football be? What Magna said. How can football be afraid of competition? This is funny. No wonder why we can't do well in competition, because we are inherently afraid of competition. I mean, that's true. So let us say, open the process. Open the process and let everybody take part. I mean, if to say the man have committed some crime, like bro, you're arrested, like bro, and jailing, like bro, that was a different case. But America took an action on this man. The man served his time. He went like bro, and he got involved in soccer. He invested in the country. He got people in his employ and all that stuff. Come on, man, don't stop the man. Let the man run. If Mustafa is that president that is very they have done his best, he will be a winning man. But if not, the stakeholder will decide. Look at that. What is the electronic saying? The man team trains abroad. He brings in foreign coaches. My man, and Liberian Liberian people love soccer. Huh? But you know, look, when I go Liberia, when I drive in and I see people at the various video clubs watching European game, it can hide me. I get one here, like, oh, wait, Madrid, Arsenal, Chelsea. What's that? Huh? When talk about our local clubs now, I'll be happy. I don't used to be fast around that kind of thing. I don't go watch that kind of funny game there. Madrid. Your time you're not investing in our club until we'll watch our great players there. Man. I don't get a problem with them, man. And now so I can go back and hear the show. I'm just coming. Okay. And okay, Jerome. Guys, thanks for watching, man.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother to implement it. You will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were taking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that you violate suspect any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water in Infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaican, young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they may just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaican, the man just went to I forget that Jamaican, the man just went to Ghana the fit and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun Ninja can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
Charles Taylor is the problem. He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you
we finish, there will not be a winner or a loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, Yah.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.